Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do our roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette is away, Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Carmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor
morning.
Jans. I didn't call your name. Now say good morning.
Good morning.
Here you go. All right. Okay, so everyone is here. And before we get into our meeting and the budget discussion, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from Greenview School. Grade 6 class, they are here with their teacher, Tanis, right? Thank you so much for joining us. And your ward is Ward Garrio, and Councillor Tang is your ward representative right here. So thank you so much for joining us. I've been to your school a few times because I used to represent that part of the city when I was a city councillor. Now I do that as a mayor. Are you here for for whole week? Oh, and have you done your mock council? You are doing your mock council later today. Okay. Have you selected your mayor yet? You have two mayors. Okay, well, I'm going to invite both mayors to come down to the podium. Yeah. Are you both discussing the same topic or different topics? Okay. Tell us your name. And
I'm
what,
Ivy.
I'm sorry?
I'm Ivy.
Ivy. And Ivy, what is your topic of discussion?
We're discussing if the voting age should be 16 instead of 18.
Instead of 18, okay. Please do let us know what you decide. I don't know if this council ever had that discussion. I think we did sort of, right, a while back, right? So, yeah, we would love to get your thoughts on what do you decide, okay? Thank you so much, and I'll go to our next mayor then.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
And are you talking about the same topic or different one?
Yeah, we're talking about the same topic.
Oh, same topic. Well, that'll be interesting. Well, see, maybe, both groups may end up deciding different outcome, right? Yeah. That'll be good to know. Thank you so much for joining us. So nice to see you. So we are talking about budget, which is that the amount of money that we need to run our city for the next year. We make those decisions at the end of this year for the next year. So we are talking about all the services that you use, from public safety and well-being to public transit, recreational facilities, libraries, snow and ice, road maintenance, all the wonderful things that city provides. We need money to provide that. And we also need to decide how much we need to collect in form of taxes. And that's exactly what we're doing today. And we will be hopefully, concluding our conversation in either today or tomorrow and make the final decision. Thank you so much for joining us. And you can stay as long as you wish to do so. And I was very, very happy to see you. Okay, with that, I'll go to Aileen. Can you tell us where we were in the process?
I can. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. So yesterday, council had a chance to go through all of the capital amendments. So what you could do now is you've got the main recommendation of changes to the operating budget from administration already on the floor. There are a series of operating amendments. So probably best if we move to that. Can I just confirm, is your multi-part motion to change the operating budget. Is that being voted on in one?
That's what we have done in the past, like the way we followed last time is that if somebody wants to amend it, they'll propose amendments, right? Then, or amendments to my amendments, then we will discuss those and we will vote as a final one package.
Okay. So I'm just asking for confirmation. Are you voting it all on at once? Because I don't have any amendments to it.
Okay, there might be amendments as we go through discussions, right?
Okay.
Or people needs to tell you in advance, or do
That's
council
okay.
members?
So I think we just go straight to amendments, so we go over to you.
Yep, okay, great. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm going to cede the chair to Councilor Rice.
Chair is taken.
Thank you. So I tabled the multi-part amendment yesterday. There's some changes that I need to make, so I will read those changes into the record, right? And one of the changes is related to the community standards branch. I will read that this is OP
10?
10, right? So the new wording is that the community standards branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $850,000 on an ongoing basis starting in 2025 to provide funding to capital city cleanup for business improvement areas who do not receive an enhanced service level through city center optimization with funding from the community safety and well-being funds held in financial strategies. And the other change is to OP11, that the economic investment services branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $462,000 in 2025 and increased by $1,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis for the service package IIAP implementation, industrial growth hub as outlined on page 30 of attachment 2 of December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02529 REV with funding from financial strategies.
So are you wanting questions on all of the multi-part, or how are you doing this?
So what is the process, and in the past, we go like one by one for the questions, or the questions to all?
So it was technically put on the floor as one multi-part amendment, so I'd say ask questions on all of it.
So then I will follow your advice on that.
Chair, can I make the introduction?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So colleagues, over the last 3 months, I have had over 20 formal budget consultation meetings as well as numerous budget-related conversations with business leaders, community members, and each of our council colleagues to gather comments and feedback on the current fiscal reality of our city and for all Edmontonians. You know, we are all feeling the pressures of inflation and the challenges with stagnant provincial funding and the rapidly growing population. Our budget decisions must reflect these realities and show value for every dollar that we collect. The proposal I have put together is thoughtful and strategic. It will lower 2025 property tax, protect and improve core services, invest in affordable housing, invest in economic growth, build up our rainy day fund, and invest more in the renewal and the repair of our existing infrastructure in the long run. The plan I have shared with you will reduce the proposed 2025 tax levy by around 2%. The plan balances affordability and fiscal responsibility while maintaining the core services Edmontonians rely on. This group of amendments includes one that will replenish our stabilization reserve over the next 5 years with a future levy created to address our growing infrastructure deficit. It will also fund the industrial growth hub, as this work is vital to increased economic development. It also includes increasing service levels on tree pruning and turf maintenance, and also includes an increase to business improvement areas, funding for enhanced cleaning for downtown and Chinatown, and ongoing funding that's under the city center optimization pilot program, and one-time top-up to the community league infrastructure program. The further amendments to this plan funds the city's portion of the Right Transit program, which is incurring a shortfall each year due to the unprecedented number of Edmontonians who use it. We are still strongly encouraging the provincial government to pay their portion of this program cost in their 2025 budget. And with that, I will be open for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Let's go to the list. Councillor Cottonmill.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got a few questions on a couple of these. I'll start with OPE 4. And I think that this was the one that was originally relating to neighborhood renewal that has now been changed by a reduction to pay-as-you-go in 2025. So that a reduction in pay-as-you-go in 2025 would carry on to 2026. Is this an ongoing reduction, or is this a 2-year? Because it only says 2025. It doesn't say when it ends.
To reduce the tax levy, you have to make it ongoing. It's on.
So this is
My
ongoing?
understanding is it would. I guess I would put it this way: if you want to reduce the tax levy, the adjustment must be an ongoing adjustment.
Right. So this is an ongoing adjustment to pay-as-you-go transfer, but the pay-as-you-go transfer budget changes every year, does it not? Like it fluctuates and shifts and moves and bobs and weaves. Yeah.
Yes, because there's an element of pay-go that comes from investment earnings, EDTEL, dividend, but then there is an amount that is a transfer from tax levy to capital, and it is that transfer from tax levy to capital that would reduce.
And is that consistent? Is that a consistent amount year to year to year? Or we're just saying take whatever we've budgeted, reduce by 15 million ongoing?
The tax levy portion would generally be consistent.
Would generally be?
Consistent.
Consistent, okay. Okay, so this started at a neighborhood renewal conversation. I was not part of the conversation to change this to pay-as-you-go. I was told the change was being made, but I wasn't asked about my view on that. My original comment on the neighborhood renewal piece was that we should be going deeper, that we should reduce the tax levy attached to neighborhood renewal by $60 million a year for a set number of years, 2 or 3 years. So that is not what is in front of us. I understand that. But if I wanted to amend this amendment, which is now it gets tricky, to say 60 million instead of 15 million, 2 questions. How do I do that, and what would be the effect of that? Maybe the second question first to admin.
The second question being what would be the effect?
Yeah, like what is that? You said there's a consistent funding transfer into pay-as-you-go.
So if you would like a $15 million reduction for only 4 years.
No, I want a $60 million reduction.
Sorry, $60 million each year for 4 years.
Yes.
Or
start with
$60
that.
million in total over 4 years.
No, each year.
Each year over 4 years.
That's roughly a 3% property tax decrease to the increase.
I'll maybe look to my team to help me, but if I look back, the pay-as-you-go transfer is around $150 million a year, so you can make that.
So there's room, yeah.
There is room, but you would then, that's a large number, and you would now have to unfund a significant number of projects.
Well, again, my time has been, there we go. My original premise was that we could do this on neighborhood renewal for a couple of years, hit the most critical neighborhood renewal pieces, and not miss too much of a beat, and then recover this amount when our finances are more stable. This has been changed to a pay-as-you-go motion, but to my knowledge, this is the only place I can change something from 15 to 60 and make a significant dent in the property tax levy.
And so maybe I'll just correct. So you've got other tax levy funding of about 98 million in 2025 and 117 million in 2026. So there's room to reduce those by $60 million, but you have in fact allocated those 2025 and 2026 PAYGO in your capital budget.
Yeah, so that would, to keep those commitments whole would require some other property tax levy true-up, which I would like to see come from neighborhood renewal. I understand there's been conversations about, that being permitted or not permitted, but could we do this now and then have the conversation about neighborhood renewal whenever that's supposed to come?
So have a conversation about PAYGO now and then have another conversation about neighborhood
Yeah, see,
renewal and
I'm
then
out of-
swap the strategies?
Effectively, I'm out of time. I'll have to come back.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And Councillor Tan.
Great, thank you. Maybe just kind of on that thread to start, I guess to the mover, can you talk about why you changed this funding source?
Yes, yeah, when I proposed that earlier on, I was hoping that we will be able to use neighborhood renewal program and gradual kind of slow reduction in that to reduce the tax levy. And I had a number of conversations with administration, and what I was told, and with the legal as well, and they can confirm it, that we cannot do that until we hold a non-statutory public hearing, allowing Edmontonians to weigh in on the neighborhood renewal program overall. So that was a barrier that I respect the opinion that was given to me by administration, and I conveyed that with the council colleagues. Councilor Cartmill and I had that conversation on Sunday night at a program, right, and had conversation with other colleagues as well. I would have preferred to keep use the neighborhood renewal, but technically and legally we couldn't do that. And we can still do it by holding a non-stat public hearing first. Then we will have the ability through that process, if we want to reduce the neighborhood renewal program ongoing. So it's a process issue and legality issue.
So then what you're proposing here, because the alternative would have been more of a sequence, it would take a little bit longer to kind of process, whereas this is kind of a more immediate budget implication.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that would have depend on the outcome of the non-stat public hearing.
Right. Thanks for that clarity. I had a question on OP8. It's a much smaller amount, and it actually doesn't affect the tax levy. I guess I'm just curious a little bit about the source of that. It's OP12, and I understand why, because it's reallocation to frontline service. But I'm wondering why we wouldn't use the tree management reserve, which also, I'm guessing it's a bit of an ongoing versus one-time thing, but there's quite a bit in there. And this one also is about specialized work associated with the elm, which I believe this service package, the tree pruning one, is also meant to address some of the Dutch elm issues. Will we consider the reserve as a source? So maybe that's to administration.
So I'm just looking at the tree manage. So it's a requirement of city policy C456C. Funds are placed in this reserve through equitable compensation for the loss of tree canopy, developer fees, insurance claim, and the commemorative tree initiative. So there isn't a regular funding from tax levy to fund this reserve. And so I think we'd have to do an analysis, but essentially I wouldn't consider this reserve to be necessarily ongoing funds because the deposits into the reserve are not guaranteed by the tax levy effectively.
Although according to this table, yearly, we've had on average between, 2 to 5, 2 to 6 million. I guess I'm just wondering, what are we saving this for? Wouldn't it not be for something like that's outlined in the service package?
I can speak a bit to it while we dig up some more information. So my understanding of this reserve is that it's developer contributions coming into the reserve, like when there's construction projects going on.
Yeah, no, I
and
understand the
it's to
source
replace-
of that. I
yeah.
guess I'm just,
And it's to replace those trees afterwards. So I would just say that although we do have a steady stream of money coming in from developer contributions, it's not like an ongoing tax levy funding stream coming in. So like it's not guaranteed that the money's going to come in every single year. There has been consistent cash flow coming in the last several years, but that's not guaranteed moving forward. So this, I would say, it kind of goes against our policy where you're using a reserve that has one-time funding sources to fund something ongoing.
okay. I guess my thinking is, if we can kind of leave that space in the OP12 for something else that is emerging and whatnot for reallocation to the front line. For now, it seems like, for the last 5 years, it is steady, and the amount here isn't onerous that it would tap this out immediately. So I guess that's just something
So sorry,
I wanted to clarify.
the last comment we make under that table is that the reserve is expected to be depleted over time to support the Greener as We Grow initiative, greater developer activity across the city, specialized work associated with the Almond Ash private tree inventory, and to address the tree supply costs.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but that statement I feel like also applies to the service package. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tan and Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really excited to see this this multi-part motion on the floor. I just want to ask some pretty specific questions about the current state of PAYGO and what it'll look like over the next 2 years. And I apologize if I'm going to walk through this painfully slowly. But it's just in relation to the fund's opening balance and then closing balances for 25 and 26. So when I'm looking at in the reserve report, attachment 2, it really breaks things down nicely. So I'm seeing in 2025, the opening balance is 127, and then closing balance is 160.9 million. And that reflects a $33.5 million increase, and 204 million of that's transferred to operations, 169 is transferred to capital. I'm reading that correctly, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then when I look at 2026, closing balance rises to 239 million, so that's a $79 million increase. I guess what I'm wondering, like, it seems over this 4-year cycle, we're contributing an excess of 113 million to PAYGO. Is that no? Okay, help me understand that.
Every time we bring you a budget, we bring you the amount of PAYGO available in the cycle, and you allocate it. You have allocated all but $500,000 of PAYGO. What the reserve helps us do is put the PAYGO money into a reserve, draw on it when spent. So that's not excess money. That is money committed to projects for which an expenditure has not yet been incurred. And that fluctuates over time depending on the timing of the project. And remember, we fund over the cycle. So we can advance it and draw that negative, or if stuff comes at the end of the cycle, we've in fact collected it and we'll spend it at the end of the cycle.
Okay, so then, and that's all within the 25 and 26. Like none of that stretches beyond this current cycle, correct?
Well, the balance carry forwards for projects approved in the 4-year that may not have been completed.
Okay. So those those projects that may not have been completed, I guess the state and progression of those projects, they would have had to have been started, correct, in this cycle?
In general, yes. That may not necessarily always be the case. There can be lags because of partner funding. I'll maybe look to my colleagues to fill in the gaps here. But the thing that we do is in every cycle, we analyze and determine what gets carried forward to the next cycle and what gets released. So there is a process built into your budget cycle for what are we building, what is do we need to adjust any estimates, and do we need to release any amounts, and then what gets carried forward?
Yeah, I can add. So PAYGO is one source for our capital projects, and they go through all the phases, depending what they are, from planning, design to delivery. And we'll be using those dollars as we progress in those. And all of them, as Stacy said, may not have been used yet and showing on the books, but we'll have those infused in each of our projects as we go forward as one of those funding sources. So to try and tease out what might be impacted, PAYGO is in many of our projects and all over. We'd really have to do a deep dive to see what those might be impacted by.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful, and Ms. Padbury, that's really, I think that gives me what I needed to hear, that there is a process that happens to sort of tease out what is necessary in order to continue on with those projects, and if there is anything that can be sort of stripped away or removed. So that's happening.
That happens in every supplemental and in the main 4-year processes.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's move to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, if we were to increase that up to the 60 million a year, you had said, you know, it could impact other projects. So what other projects could be in jeopardy of not having adequate funding?
I think I can start, Stacy. So we'd have to do an analysis and look at how much PAYGO money is assumed to be within the projects for paying for them, and we'd have to do a deep dive and look at that to see what those implications are. And as Stacy said, 60 million is a substantial portion, so there's substantial impact to the projects, therefore, that we'd have to either find a funding source for or really look at commitment levels, all of those things.
Okay. And have you done sort of any sort of cursory analysis on the impact of that 15 million?
So I'll maybe speak to the 15 million. So in the conversations that we've had in determining the 15 million, I think the intention, and sorry, I don't want to speak for anyone, but is that there is a subsequent that would require us to come back with a strategy that effectively captures, you would run a deficit in PAYGO of $30 million in this cycle and put a plan in place to recover PAYGO to where it was, and create a renewal reserve after the FSR strategy is paid back. And you would do that with potentially successive tax increases.
Okay, so that there's less risk of projects being in jeopardy because there is that sort of repay back being considered?
Provided that
the motion goes
that people approve a strategy for repayment. And I would just say, to do that at $15 million, at a $15 million reduction in PAYGO is one thing. To do it at $60 million is significantly more difficult.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just, and I know this number's been floated around, if this amendment was to pass, what would what's the tally on the tax levy? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it was 8.1, if this passes, what would it be?
6.
6 exactly?
We're just gonna double check.
Okay, yeah, I just would kind of like to.
So if all of the mayor's amendments passes, it would be 6.1 and 6.8.
6.1 and 6.8?
For the following year.
Oh, okay, sorry, I was confused. Like, how can it be both? Okay, thank you. 6.1, 2025, and then 6.8 in 2026. Okay. And what, if so one of the things that I'd be remiss to not ask about is, I know there is another motion, and Councillor Stevenson's found a really or amendment. She's found a really unique way to get more one-time funding for Explorer. But I'm looking at something like OP3, and I know it's being released to the tax levy. And then I just worry that we're going to end up at the end of next year facing the same issue with Explore that we were facing this time around. So I guess to the mover, is it a bit like, I know wanting to get the number down, and I completely appreciate it, and I feel that tension too, but are we gonna just be here, well, or is the next council, I guess, going to be here in fall of 2025, having to have the same conversation with Explore?
You know, that's a good point, and I have a couple of subsequent motions that I am going to put forward for council to consider around, we have number of economic development agencies that could actually work better together to reduce some of the cost on shared services and other areas. So that's why I think taking an approach that Councillor Stevenson will bring forward might be more, I know it's interim approach, but I think there has to be a conversation
So-
around shared services and all
But
that.
looking at it, like if I was just looking at this in isolation, it might look short-sighted, but what I'm understanding is that there will be ongoing work in 2025 related to sort of all of our economic
Yes, that's what I'm proposing as part of
ABCs
the, yeah.
that we would want to look at this as a more efficiency lens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, no, that helps. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to second run, I will take my turn and to ask a few questions here.
You can pass the chair.
Yes, I will pass chair to Councillor Tan.
Taken.
You can have chair? Oh, yes. So you just did your introduction. Yes, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so just want to make sure that we have absolute clarity that OP4 decreasing $15 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis from the pay-as-you-go is kind of linked to the subsequent motion that I will make with the strategy to replenish that and replenish FSR and also create a dedicated fund moving forward. So is that the administration's understanding that they both need to go hand in hand? One being approved and other one not being approved is not going to work. So just, is that your understanding?
Correct. It would be very risky to do the first without doing the latter.
Yeah, and that's, I know it's the process-wise, we went back and forth with administration around coupling them together in the multi-part amendment. We were advised differently, so I follow that process, but I just want to make sure that all of us do understand that they are tied to the hip. If one fails, then the other one will have a huge complication. So that's one clarification. Thank you so much on that. And I also understand that if that subsequent passes, the reduction in pay as you go will be 15 million times 6 going into the next, if I'm just focusing on the next capital budget, that'll be about $90 million reduction overall. But if subsequent is approved, we will be able to replenish that back with another $100 million into pay-as-you-go, if that subsequent improves. I'm just doing rough calculations.
Yeah, so you would strip a total of $90 million out of pay-go for the rest of this cycle and the next cycle. And then what we would be doing is working to build back the repayment of the FSR and pay-go and then do a reserve. The only thing that I would say is that there's some timing elements.
Yes.
If you repay the reserve back faster, then you can repay pay-go back faster. There's a lot of, we would estimate.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that can change in that.
I know some of the recovery and pay-as-you-go will be at the tail end of the next budget cycle, but the entire budget cycle from 27 to 2030 will be kept whole, if not more, through the subsequent motion approval. the amount of money that will be, like, it will be $60 million reduction in that capital budget cycle, right? But the replenish, the plan would put more money back into through the dedicated levy.
Yes, and just to be,
Yeah.
like, because that, I don't know, I apologize if you already placed that wording out into the public, and I'm just not, it would involve a 0.5%, the continuation of a
Yes.
0.5% tax levy increase
Yep, which
in the
is,
years subsequent to the payback of
yes.
the FSR.
Yeah, which is the subsequent motion strategy. Good. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I also thank you for your amendments on the floor. So that is keep your promise to the public for the 2% reduce. I do have the few questions. First question go to OP2. That is FSR repayment plan.
Sorry, and I have the chair.
Sorry, I should do that, and that just needs more practice and exercise for the chairing. For OP2 PSR, and right now the payment, we reduce the payment for the ongoing basis and change to from 3 years, that is our current policy, to 5 years. I understand that by doing this, we could reduce the tax rate. But what's the impact for already under minimum balance FSR? Can you give me, if we reduce right now, and then what is the results of the balance amount?
So it take long, I guess, it doesn't, doing this now doesn't change the balance of the current balance of the FSR. It changes how fast we get back to minimum balance, from 3 years to 5 years.
So do we need to pass the policy first? Because the current policy is 3 years replenish. And right now, if we change it to the 5 years, and is this allowed, and then we do this before the policy change?
Yeah, so just to provide some clarity, so what we did, or what council started with yesterday was putting the motions on the floor related to changes to the operating and capital budgets. You've now then accepted all of the amendments from your colleagues, which are also on the floor. After council has voted on each and every amendment, before you go back and vote on the main motions to change the capital and operating budget, we're going to set that aside because there's a few policy amendments that need to pass. If those policy amendments are not approved by council, those amendments are going to be out of order and we're going to have to undo some stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that is really helpful information for the public to understand this as well. That is number one question regarding the FSR repayment plan. Number two is pay-as-you-go. The pay-as-you-go right now, and then it's my understanding available amount is 500,000, right?
Yeah, that's what you, that less the $80,000 that you approved, the amendment that passed yesterday.
Yes,
So
before that.
420,000 left.
Yes, so before that is 500,000. So right now, if we reduce this to the capital, there are two questions related. Number one, what's the impact for the capital?
So capital will be $30 million. You'll have $30 million less pay-go than you had when you approved the budget. You either have to unfund projects or you have to operate at a pay-go deficit with a plan to repay, which is what the subsequent motion addresses.
So that means we will increase the deficit as an ongoing basis by $15 million after this motion, after this amendment approved.
So you either have to remove $30 million worth of projects in this cycle,
for the 2 years.
or have a plan to repay, which is what the subsequent motion addresses.
Repay back, and then that means, but what's the funding source to repay back?
That's what the subsequent motion will deal with, and it's tax levy.
So that's tax levy increase for the next budget cycle. So that we leave for the next budget cycle increase for the levy.
Yes, like you would have to, it effectively, a strategy would require you to repay the FSR, then take the money you were using to repay the tax levy increases you used to pay the FSR to repay PAYGO, and then potentially increase tax levy consistently over a certain period of time to get your renewal back on track.
Do you have that tax levy number and possible number could be with this motion, with this OP2 and the OP4 passed?
Your mic is not on, and also time. And before I hand chair back, since I have this slip here, just want to welcome grade 6 students from Richard Secor School with teacher McPhail. You're located in Papasdale, and your counselor is Counselor Michael Jans over there. Welcome. And then with that, I'll hand over my chair back.
Thank you, Councillor Tan, and I should follow that strict rule and to focus on the timeout as well. We move to Councillor Cadmill.
Thank you. So, back on this pay-as-you-go neighborhood renewal thing. So first of all, I do want to acknowledge, yes, Mayor Sohi and I did have a conversation on Sunday night. However, I thought that the outcome of that conversation was we were going to challenge this idea on neighborhood renewal about the requirement for the non-stat. And, well, you did, so this is the problem of private and public. You did privately, but we have not had that conversation publicly, right? So I don't want to belabor that. You know, in the interest of time, that's fine. I accept that that has been the advice. I don't agree with it, but I accept that's the advice that we've been given. But I still very firmly believe that there is money in the tax levy that goes to neighborhood renewal that we could find for now on a short-term basis. So, and the only thing I can see is to offer an amendment on this pay-as-you-go OP4 amendment to change the value, and then presumably some sort of a subsequent that says that, you know, dollars would, if we can find, if after the non-stat, we can find agreement that that tax levy portion is reduced and redirected to effectively recover the pay-as-you-go decrease. I don't know how to thread all the way through that. But if I simply offer an amendment that says reduce the tax levy for neighborhood renewal, it's going to be ruled out of order. And that's going to trigger the argument that I don't want to trigger today, because apparently we're going to have a conversation about this sometime soon. So what do I do?
So you can reduce PAYGO by 60.
I can test that with my colleagues, I suppose.
Then we would need, so just to be clear, like, because that's a large money, the subsequent that I understand is going to come for the $15 million reduction will not work for a $60 million reduction. You would have to then, at the time you do neighborhood renewal, if you make a different choice, you'd need to make, at that point in time, you'd have to swap the strategies. I suppose the risk is, honestly, my fear as your CFO is both those things pass, and we're in even worse off.
Well, but again, this is the problem of, you know, bouncing around about with different private conversations that don't bring all of this together, right?
And just for context, as a reminder, there's $48 million in 25 and 26 left available in the neighborhood program that's uncommitted for 2 years, those 2 years, 48 million total, uncommitted.
Yeah, that's a knock-on conversation. Like, we can't, the advice I'm hearing is we can't have the neighborhood renewal conversation today, because we have to have the non-stat first.
Yeah, so I would say, like, there's a path, there has always been a path to reduction in the spring when we set the mill rate.
But your
But
very
you-
firm advice is no amendments in the spring. Do it now.
Agreed. But I think you can, like that, you can, so let me just walk through this. You could, if your subsequent directed a non-statutory hearing, you'd have the non-statutory hearing, and then we would simply take the results of the non-statutory hearing and put those in the mill rate. What do we call that report? The mill rate. Setting report. The mill rate setting report.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It would be, we would put it in there,
But that
having
so we'd have to-
impacted a decision that you made at a non-stat public hearing.
Which would have to happen before the mill rate setting meeting.
Yes, absolutely.
And then any financial things that would come out of that non-stat or, subsequent to that non-stat would have to happen before the mill rate setting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to think about that for one more second. I have a couple more questions. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. My memory is that we had a public conversation about the neighborhood renewal program. My memory isn't good enough to place it in time. Was it last week at committee? And I believe at that time it was made very clear about the requirements for the non-stat public hearings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think the private conversations were only to further clarify that information, to test it and confirm it. But again, that is not a new requirement or anything that wasn't shared publicly and discussed publicly a week ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would describe what we did is we took, so that has been generally our advice. It's clear in the policy, if you want to amend it, revoke it, change it, you need a non-stat public hearing. The policy is kind of silent on what can you reduce the amount you put to neighborhood renewal. It says anything you raise for neighborhood renewal has to go to the reserve. And then there's a component of the policy that deals with standards. And we looked at all of that to see whether there was a way around the public hearing, and our ultimate conclusion was what it had been before.
Okay, which is that there's not. And I mean, just more generally for this budget process, it seems that we are encouraged that there's a structure in place for us to prepare our amendments ahead of time. We have a tracking sheet. Is that not good process for us to prepare for these meetings? Is that the expectation?
So we like to have your amendments so that we can be prepared on your side. But how you prepare amongst yourselves is for you to arrange as counselors.
Sure. And again, having conversations that help that preparation, help us be able to have the most efficient and streamlined conversations in public, seems to be a useful principle. But pivoting to the matters at hand, I just, there's one implication around neighborhood renewal that I wanted to dig in on. My understanding is that one of the constraints when we were building up the program was private sector capacity. So we needed to build, private companies that do this work on our behalf as contractors needed to build up their staff, their equipment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we talk about, what could potentially be significant changes to the timeline, that not only impacts our ability to meet our projected completion of the neighborhood renewal project, it has a massive impact in the construction sector. Is that fair?
Yes, depending on the scale of the reduction, that is a fair comment.
Yeah, so this would be the contractors that have been depending on this stable and steady program would now not have the work that they were anticipating and planning for and building their workforce for. And despite the investments that we're making in other infrastructure, it seems like they're not like for like. You can't take your asphalt machine and use it to build the LRT, right? Like those are very specific equipment types for a specific job.
There are some custom equipment elements specific to the neighborhood program.
Okay, well, I think those are all the questions I had for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Rice. I want to follow up with what Councillor Tang was speaking of with the tree pruning. I'd suggested that as well yesterday using the tree management reserve. And I was under the impression that we needed a policy change in order to access that for this. Is that correct? Is that
So-
what we would need to do?
We looked at the policy. I think we would technically be able to pull costs. So in, not to get overly technical here, 3.6.10, costs associated with tree maintenance in the event of a significant natural disaster or pest outbreak, we could probably leverage that. So I think under a technicality, you could pull from that. I think though, what's more important of being able to policy-wise is much of the funding, if not all of it, is already allocated to match the 2 billion tree grant. And so really the intention of it is to replace trees that we're losing or retain tree canopy, not necessarily ongoing operating. So I think we would probably want to look at the grant or the reserve as a whole in terms of like what are the consistent inflows, outflows, and does this make sense to fund an ongoing operation? Our advice would be that money is allocated for the planting of new trees and probably not the best source for ongoing operations like pruning and maintenance, things like that.
Okay. Do you have the numbers of what's committed, like from grants from other levels of government or?
I have in front of me all of it, but I can just double check exactly how much of the reserve is allocated to the 2 billion tree grant. Just 1 second.
Okay, and I'll just go on to my next question then, related to something else. Mr. Walbaum, you said there's $48 million uncommitted in 2025 and 2026.
That's correct.
And if we were, now I'm not sure legal, would we need to do a non-stat public hearing in order to access those funds, the uncommitted funds?
Yes, the broader conversation about non-stat applies to changes to the program. The dollars I'm talking about aren't committed in consultant assignments or contracts. If you go any deeper in that, we have to look at existing commitments.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
In terms of the non-stat, it's the same for all of the conversation.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then procedural question. If this OP4 passes today for $15 million, would it even be possible to bring back what Councillor Cartmell suggested, possibly $45 million prior to the mill rate setting report? Or like if we make that decision today, can we make a decision in relation to it in the spring? You know how like you have to wait a year in between? It doesn't apply in this instance?
So that applies to motions and directions. Budgets are continuing evolving documents.
Okay.
So that rule doesn't apply.
See, I knew you would know that. Thank you. And then another question. With the tree pruning, it shows that it's 6.3 FTEs for tree pruning. What happens when the tree pruning season is completed? What happens with the FTEs?
I'll hand this over to Caitlin to describe a little bit more detail, but we do prune year round. So although some species might not, those staff are full-time equivalents and they do work all year round.
I'm learning so much about trees in the last few months, really, yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, you did not have the second round yet, right?
Yes, I think it'll be worthwhile if the OP12 for people to sorry, OP1. I'm already talking about the subsequent. Sorry, the subsequent that relates to OP4. I just want to make sure that I read that into the record. That will be what it will look like is that administration will prepare a report outlining a strategy to replenish the cumulative impact of $15 million reduction in an annual pay as you go, and establish a dedicated universal renewal fund aligned with the following principles: repayment of the cumulative impact of $15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go by 2030, redirection of tax levy funding used to replenish the financial stabilization in the reserve once the minimum balance is achieved, and incorporation of dedicated tax levy increase of 6.5 in 2027 and beyond to meet this strategy. This principle was actually introduced in the original letter that I sent out to council colleagues, right? So, but it's just a shifting of the pay-as-you-go and the neighborhood renewal program. Yeah. So I just wanted to read that into the record. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just, Mr. Wabam, you mentioned the 48 million uncommitted in 25-26. Do you mean contractually uncommitted, as in we haven't signed contracts for that amount, or do you mean there's no plan for that 48 million?
No, I mean the first part of what you said. There is a plan, and for context, every day that we progress in our evolution, we commit more dollars. So between now and the spring, that number could change without further direction.
Interesting. And so, again, that 48 million has a purpose, it has a use to keep with our plan. It's not sitting in a reserve, it's not just excess to our budget.
Correct, it's just where we're at today.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Chair Rice. I wasn't going to ask this because I was waiting to see if there's an amendment on the floor, but I think it's a good public conversation. When did the policy for neighborhood renewal add the requirement for a non-stat?
That was done out, are we good? Okay, that was done out of an audit recommendation, and it was added based at the direction of council through that audit recommendation at the time, 2016.
2016?
Yes, sorry, yeah.
So, and the audit recommendation, why was that audit recommendation? Does anybody remember why that was recommended by the auditor? I guess I could go back and look. Or do we have the report, the audit report that would have?
There is an audit report that would have recommended it. I think it was
Was it specific to neighborhood renewal audit?
It was.
Okay,
correct.
I can look that up.
Sorry, I have a little bit of recollection that I can share and then just double check. My understanding is at the time, because there were successive increases in property tax levy that were being kind of dedicated to a specific program, they were raised under that program, that the auditor felt that a policy that ensured that the money that was raised under a specific program continued under a specific program.
Unless the public weighed in.
Yes, that is my understanding, although I don't believe until then it had ever been a practice of the city to require a public hearing. And certainly as administration at the time, I think some of our feedback was that we raise money for lots of different things, and we need to be able to adapt and evolve over time as the needs of our city change.
Interesting. But the council of that time felt that this program, that some sort of safeguard of this program was the most prudent thing to do. And I know Councillor Knack, I can just see him over there like he can't answer. But I think that provides some context, and I can go back and look specifically at that audit. And then if somebody from admin, I know this is like maybe the clerk could direct me to what report the council directed that change to the policy, so I could look at the.
Yeah, so I've shared the
Oh, you did
audit. I've
okay.
shared the audit back in 2016. I'd have to go pull the records as to.
But the council would have, but that would have gone up to council to make the
100%
decision on
audit
the
committee doesn't
policy.
have that
Yeah,
authority.
exactly. Okay, no, I think that's just, I always like to know how did we get here? How did that get put into policy? To see, does it, to test the theory, does it still stand? Is it still valid? Why was it put there in the first place? So thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Tan, can you take the chair?
So taken.
Oh, thank you. I still have the question to OP4. So if we reduce right now, I understand the intention, we try to reduce the tax rate here. But what I heard from my previous round question is $30 million for the next 2 years, and the risk for us, either we have to unfund it, some capital project, or we have increased the deficit. So my question to you, projected deficit for 2024 is already $19.4 million. And how that deficit piece could be impacted by this, if this passed?
So the operating deficit doesn't get impacted by this. What you effectively would do is run a $30 million deficit in the capital program.
That is what I want to be the record. For the capital and the $30 million deficit, and we either to increase the rate later to pay back, or we have to borrow more money, and how we feel outside deficit.
So it wouldn't be that you borrowed more money unless you directed us to, unless there were eligible projects for which we could borrow money and that we hadn't started those projects already. So maybe I'll just, because I think this is what you're getting at. If you don't agree to the subsequent, that would effectively have a repayment strategy.
Yeah.
Then you have to unfund $30 million of projects. And if you don't unfund $30 million of projects, then what administration will do in the next 4-year cycle is take the amount you have to spend in PAYGO and reduce it by $30 million to cover the unfunded projects.
Yeah.
And you will reduce your PAYGO in the next cycle.
Yeah, I think in which option and has a risk for that. That is a little bit concerning. The next question is for OP12. So OP12 is my understanding will end up and by 2026. So we only have available funding like 7.7 for 2025 and 7 for 2026. So if we use that as ongoing purpose, but we have the cap there. So that means after that cap achieved, we have to use this remaining funding in the financial strategy, right?
So the way I understand,
because I'm concerned about what is availability amount for us to use in the financial strategy. Because right now, the financial strategy, we hold some like OP12 money in there.
So the list that we provided to you on the one deck, there's $28.4 million in things like OP12, some risk that we're willing to let go, plus there's some community safety well-being. The total ends up being just over $29 million.
But for the 2025 only available amount for the financial strategy is $23.4 million. So once we achieve the cap, and for the OP12, because we cannot ongoing, OP12 will be finished by the end of 2026.
sorry, when you say OP12, are you talking about the current operating budget amendment 12 that is?
Yeah, not only, and there's several, and OP7, OP6, or talk about OP12.
So are you talking, I think what you're talking about is the OP12 money that we're holding in financial strategies.
Yes, yeah, that's his word using for those amendments.
And your question is, if we deplete that money, like the way that all of these work together is that the ongoing funding in financial strategies that arose from the work done on OP12, which was last year's or the 4-year budget amendment, OP12, you'll release it, and then, you'll approve the items in here, and then the number for the release is the remainder of what's left.
Okay, thank you. And
Sorry, a chair back.
Yeah. A chair is taken. Councillor Catamel.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more questions. On OP6, this is sort of a combined question. OP6 is for the city center optimization. I think that's generally cleaning money, correct? Yeah, you're saying?
Yeah, we say it's like
Sorry.
greening, cleaning, maintaining.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So
not just trash, but yeah.
It'd be anything from like increased services on potholes, sidewalk maintenance, pruning trees, turf mowing, along with like biohazard waste cleanup. It's a whole gamut of different crews, but
Focused in the core.
in this, yeah, we use the term center city deliberately because that's defined in the city plan, so
Yeah.
it encompasses 3 of the BIAs downtown plus a little bit more.
And then OP10 is effectively the same thing for the other BIAs, correct?
How I'm interpreting that would be like a grant funding, and because it says it's outside of center city, it would be funding to the other BIAs to achieve that same type of outcome.
So the feedback I received was that if the funding in Amendment 6, the $3.1 million, was simply a grant to the BIAs, that this work could be done for all of the BIAs in the city. And that would allow city crews to, be redirected to other places in the city. So I'm wondering about that. Like, it seems to me that these dollars are for city forces to do those things. Have we contemplated whether this was grant money that would go to the BIAs to do these same optimization activities?
Yeah, we looked at, so in general, that is something that we looked at. We do have quite a few staff looking at working on this right now. So we've had this program in place using grant dollars for a couple of years. And so we do have dedicated staff. So in a nutshell, it would mean a reduction of staff, or we would still need that funding to reallocate them. So those staff exist. It would be a reduction in staff if that money were to go directly to the BIAs. And so then it would be, you could also look at it like an outsourcing type conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tan.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask about sort of this, back to the neighborhood renewal and the PAYGO and that $15 million. Is it true that typically in a 4-year budget cycle, we underspend our capital budget allocated?
That's true. You see that in our capital financial updates. We report what the percentage of spend is against what the planned spend is.
Yeah.
And we don't always spend every dollar, and while we should aim to try and spend as much as possible, it's probably not a realistic expectation that things won't carry forward or that the timing won't necessitate something other than a full spend.
Yeah, and typically like match funding, timing, all that are factors. I guess I'm just wondering, like, is there opportunity here to leverage sort of that on-spend? Because typically I remember it's like 70%, to cash flow the $15 million and help reduce the pressure there. Is that possible?
Sorry, to cash flow the 15 million?
Well, I guess just to potentially reduce some of the pressure on this 50 million that we're talking about.
That is what this whole strategy is, a cash flowing strategy.
So so essentially when we underspend like the capital, because right now we're saying from neighborhood renewal to PAYGO, because I guess I'm just like, isn't there room?
So there is room to spend cash, but if we spend that cash that you allocated to one thing to a different thing, then when I get to the thing that you allocated it to, I have no money, and I have to come back and ask for it.
Sure, yes, but then there's always a timing and a sequence. I feel like some projects don't really get delivered, or you don't access that until a few years down the road, maybe when the EdTel dividend is replenishing. I don't know, like, so I just want to confirm that's kind of what we're talking about. Then when we swap funding sources, there's a subsequent to to refill, but we also get PAYGO through the ETL dividend, right? So I just want to make sure that that's what
So
we're doing.
the amendment as proposed would effectively see us use remove $30 million of funding for projects that are already approved, knowing that we have the cash to be able to do all of the things, and then a repayment strategy in the subsequent that means that we don't have to come back to you and cut projects.
Okay, I think that I just wanted to double check that maybe I'm just thinking might have different names for different sources. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, quickly on the public transit. So there's two components to funding the ride transit program. One is our contribution, which is $13 million shortfall that we have. Then there's also provincial contribution, about $6 million, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and so we would still continue to advocate to the province to ensure they extend that program beyond March 31st, 2025, because it's expiring at that date.
It expires at the end of March 2025. And so we have that commitment from the province until then, and don't have clarity beyond that.
Yeah. So, but this is only deals with our obligation to that program. Got it. And on the city center optimization, like this was a pilot started by the province, right?
It was a pilot initiated by the city. So we kind of kicked it off, and then it worked out where we did get provincial grant dollars to kind of give it like some seed funding.
Yeah.
And we've been running it successfully since.
And that provincial funding has ended, but we carry on with the program, right?
Correct.
And I met with the downtown businesses, I met with downtown BIA, I met with DRC. The only thing they asked us to prioritize in this budget was continuation of the city center optimization. Is that what you heard from them as well?
We've been hearing from like the BIAs and our I guess partners downtown DRC that is a very important element to them.
Yeah. And as far as the other one is concerned for the funding the rest of the BIAs, that's what I also heard, like other BIAs want some money dedicated to cleaning and possibly engaging, say, street teams and all that. So would there be flexibility in, I'm talking about OP10 now, which is the putting money toward capital city cleanup to help BIAs access their money. Would there be flexibility in that program? We're giving flexibility to BIAs to, tailor that to their needs.
Yeah, that's correct. We trust that the people closest to their problems often have the most innovative ideas for the solutions.
Good. Okay, that's good to know, because I heard that about flexibility from the rest of the BIAs as well, that they would like to have some flexibility in that program. And last one, like these investments are kind of a core municipal responsibilities, cleaning and we're using kind of previous OP12 savings to direct towards some of the core services. That was the intent, right, of original OP12 to shift money toward core services.
Yeah, that was outlined as the intent.
Yeah, good. Okay. That is all for me. Thank you.
Councillor Tan, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. I just have a very quick question. So for OP6 and OP10, OP10 is more about the grant, and OP6 is more operating, but the purpose for the funding, number one is most focused on the clean for the downtown area, right?
I can help clarify on how we're interpreting 6 in terms of city center optimization. That would include not just cleaning, but more, and we'll say like items that have more risk. So things like sidewalk maintenance, site servicing, snow and ice control, things that require, city employees is what we're seeing is that's what the city does above and beyond things like just cleaning or biohazardous needle pickup, those types of things. So it's inclusive of a host of activities above and beyond just graffiti.
So can you help me? And then I recalled we actually council discussed this type of work to be done and then funding under different funding source. I don't have specific results in front of me right now, and through different time and a different funding source. And can you help me to find that information? So what's my question here? I try to look at if there any overlap from resources perspective and also overlap and from work functionality perspective under different teams.
For under Center City optimization?
Yeah.
So the idea is that's absolutely something that we're working on. So while we do have dedicated leadership to proactively inspect, fix, maintain, clean things before the public notice and provide feedback, the intent is we go out, look at it, find it, fix it, clean it ahead of time. That said, though, there are overlap between, say, things like potholes, if I can use that as an example. There won't be a specific truck dedicated to the downtown Center City for potholes. And so we do have I wouldn't say an overlap in service, but they do have to mesh. So there does have to be an increased level in service, but we're not going to dedicate an entire crew or asphalt truck dedicated to one particular area like that. So the teams do work together to try to find that balance of increasing a level of service but not duplicating efforts.
And in terms of capital city cleanup, if I may, there's a larger community capacity building and empowerment element to what capital city cleanup does. So what Craig was describing is more about that proactive and larger city requirements. There aren't a lot of neighbors that can go around and fix a pothole, for example. But we certainly, through capital city cleanup, do litter kit distribution, have community leagues being involved, and schools and volunteers.
Thank you for that additional information. My really concern here is because this increase and that ongoing and $3 million only for the city center and is not across the city. So I understand that there is some money and used for the cross city, but for this specific one, so how we get that dollar amounts, if we already have the capital piece, we have operational piece for the functionality the work is doing existing, and how is this increase try to address some specific problem, how this $3.1 million calculated? Only for city center.
So how that was calculated was we launched the pilot a couple of years ago. We have a base level of funding and enhanced level of funding. So this is for the enhanced level of funding. What this goes towards is frontline staff, equipment, materials to provide that enhanced level of service to support that downtown revitalization in the center city and into the core. Does that answer the question?
Not portion, and then but related to that, why we do not use like CLA to funding this type of work, and then instead of use some like expenditures in financial strategy hold down.
Sorry, this isn't. I think that might be a question for the mover because this is an amendment to our budget.
Yeah, to Mayor Selke. The question is for the $3.1 billion increase for the city center optimization, why not use the CRA funding and instead of use like some funding holded in the expenditure?
It is my understanding that CRA funding is only eligible for capital, not for ongoing operations. There's a limitation in the CRL, and so that is why.
And time is up. I have a follow-up question on this, so I'll return the chair.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor Tan.
Yeah, for OP10, I appreciate the intent. In our recent BIA budget, there was one BIA, I think part of their intent with the increase in their levy was to go towards something to this effect in safety and well-being and outreach. I guess I'm just wondering, if we pass this, would it help BIAs like that reduce that expense that'll be coming from their member levy? Because they will have this to kind of cover the expense they need for safety and security. Maybe that's to the mover. That's you.
I think there's enough flexibility. The way I understand the Capital City Cleanup Program works is that if they feel that that's how they can provide some relief to their businesses, I think that'll be up to specific BIAs, right? How they want to.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good point of program clarity, whether that will happen or not. But my intent is to give as much flexibility to BIAs to implement things that they think are going to be more effective for their areas.
Yeah, and maybe that's a question to DC and Petron. We had this at the executive committee meeting. We didn't have a lot of time to discuss that item. But I'm just wondering, like, have you had that conversation with some of the BIs? I think I know time is really tough and increasing levy can be a challenge for some of them. But do you see this as alleviating some of that pressure on businesses?
Councillor Tang, I think you're referring to the security
Yeah.
costs that some of the BAs were undertaking, or maybe one specifically BIA was
That's right.
undertaking that directly. I think the I don't have the OP number, but the one related to the Capital City cleanup, I would maybe just look to Jen from Community Services to speak if something like that is aligned with that program or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and again, if the problem people are trying to solve is around cleanliness and social disorder and getting to some of the mechanisms through which that can be addressed, we are interested in creating a funding agreement and a program that will address it.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I hope this can help that particular BIA, because I recognize increasing levy for members might be really challenging during this time as
For sure.
well.
Yeah, and it's not for me to dictate
for
to
sure.
BIA how they spend their money. They will prioritize their money. But yes, it certainly will be another source upon which they can draw.
Yeah, and then just finally, OP6 will cover downtown and Chinatown as it currently is, right?
The center city defined in city plan covers downtown, North Edge, and Chinatown.
Okay, and then the OP10 would
All others. The
all
10.
others. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't see anyone on the list for the further questions. Maybe City Clerk, you can advise what's the next step we're moving right now.
So if all the questions have been completed on the multi-part motion from the mayor, if there's anybody to speak to it, now would be a good time. Otherwise, you can start voting.
So the voting could be separate?
Is that the request of council?
Yeah. Yes, and I heard some
That's how
yes.
it's been done in the past, Mayor Sohi. I'm sorry?
Yes,
I'm
so
going to challenge the chair.
So if I can just clarify, the process has been, since this has been allowed to put multi-part amendments on the floor, council hasn't suspended the process where if a councillor asks for a vote to be split or a motion to be split for voting purposes, that's been permitted. But if that's not the will of council, then there's a process.
I remember the chair at the beginning of this meeting clarified that the process for this one was going to be that anybody was welcome to put amendments.
Can I suggest as a mover of the motion, can I say a few words?
yeah, yes, go ahead.
I think they're interconnected, right? So if one fails, the other is imbalances, right? So that's why if people want to amend it, propose amendments, then keep the balance, right? Otherwise, I see this as a one package. That's how I see it, and I try to balance that. So that will be my intent, but again, I'm not the chair.
Councillor Catamel, you have some
I do not see how it can be in order that 11 amendments are put on the floor as one motion, but they cannot be voted on discreetly. There is just no way. I mean, because there's things in here that I want to support, but I certainly don't support everything. And I made it clear in the conversations I had on about what I could support and what I couldn't, and the things that I said I could support have not made their way into this document. So if I'm voting on 11 things with one vote, I don't think that's fair in the least. And if it creates some bookends or some things that are ultimately not in order, then we'll deal with that when it comes. But I cannot believe there's a contemplation that 11 votes happen with one vote. That has never happened in this assembly, ever.
Councillor Rutherford.
I don't know if I can speak to the process piece, but I think for me, we voted on it. Every councillor at this assembly today had the ability to move an amendment to delete items from this omnibus. That would be then on public record that they did not support that item. So I think, I'm not sure, but I concede either way. I just think I'm worried that the mayor's office has put a lot of work into this, and as the mayor mentioned, breaking it up could start to have unintended consequences.
Yeah. And also, on a point of order, I just want to respond to Councillor Cartmell's assertion that not everything made to this multi-part, but council members are free to bring forward their own amendments if they feel that they were not included in the multi-part, and that was always available, has been available in the past. So I think, if some council member did not bring forward, it's not because of the multi-part amendment, it's because of their own, probably didn't, whatever reason they decided not to do that.
So, as a chair, and I heard a different perspective on this point. I also, from procedural perspective, I heard very clear from City Clerk, this multi-part motion and could be voted separately as a unusual process has been implemented and in this assembly and since 2021. If that is the case, as a chair, I'm going to do that. So then my question becomes, and to the city clerk, do we vote one by one, or do we vote certain? For example, there are few items had lots of discussion, and so which way we should do better, and we just go one by one, or?
So I don't understand the second part, but there's a number of amendments that have been put on the floor as part of the mayor's multi-part motion. Is your instructions that council will be voting on them one at a time, starting at the top?
So is that one? Yeah, start from top.
Okay, if that's your decision, yep.
Yeah. Okay. We speak as a one, yes. And so I think right now and each time, and before we vote one-on-one, and then it's time to sign up for the speak as a whole. So I'm waiting for my colleagues to sign up and for speak on mayor's multi-part amendments. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I'm unprepared, but wanted to jump in to get the conversation rolling. I think I could spend my 5 minutes, thanking the mayor and his office for the excellent coordination work they've done. I've really appreciated the ability for us to come prepared and have these deliberations in an efficient way. This omnibus isn't without its disappointments for me. I was really hopeful to have some additional enforcement resources for traffic safety and excessive vehicle noise. But that is part of the conversation of coming up with a balance that I think strikes an excellent one for Edmontonians. What I really appreciate about this omnibus and the subsequent motions that are to come is that they respond to our short-term financial pressures and also the very real affordability pressures that Edmontonians are facing. And yet they also are not short-sighted. They have a clear path to recover and replenish some of the pullbacks that we're having to make at this exact moment. So for me, this is the best of prudent planning, again, responding to the present, but not in a way that undermines us in the long run. I am really pleased and really appreciate the addition of Center City optimization, and I just want to commend my colleagues who support this ongoing funding. It's easy for me to support, it's in my ward, of course, but I really appreciate my colleagues who recognize the critical role that the center of our city has for our community as a whole. So thank you again for this being in there. I could go on and speak one by one, but I think again, the approach that's being provided as well to additional BIAs, I know about half of the BIAs I represent are covered by Center City optimization, but the other half, I know that this additional grant will come as a great help and relief. I will maybe stop it there, but again, just want to share my gratitude and appreciation for this and look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I too, like Councillor Stevenson, have lukewarm or sort of cold ideas on some of the options, but I was looking at it as a package as we, consulted with the mayor and with others throughout the past couple weeks, sort of what was important to us. And I do appreciate that the sort of the feedback from councillors and from the community to not reduce the neighborhood renewal at any point, because I do think it's an important program, and although there's no neighborhoods from my ward that are up next in the queue, I think this would just help if we did do a reduction, it would just put everything behind schedule, even if it was just for a year or two. So I appreciate that, and I'm kind of glad that a non-statutory public hearing will be required for that, if any changes are to be made. I also want to, thank the agencies, boards, and commissions that did hold back and not come forward asking for additional funds. Respecting that we are all in an affordability crunch and being able to manage in the budgets that they currently have. So I appreciate that. But that's not to say that I'm, against the EFCL or Explore Edmonton coming forward with their requests, and I'm glad that those can be accommodated as well. And I think, so like I said, I might not be keen on 100% of what's in here, but I looked at it as a package. I think there's got to be give and take from everyone, so I think we've come to a good consensus, I feel. So I will be supporting each and every motion as it comes up separately. So, and thank you to the mayor, his office, and my colleagues, administration for answering all of our multitude of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I just want to start by thanking the mayor and his staff and administration for the work that went into this multi-part amendment. Deeply appreciate the process that took place to get to this point, and the outreach and engagement that happened through the mayor's office. I know that the mayor and his team worked really hard to connect with councillors and to get their feedback and input, and I thought that it resulted in an efficient and effective process. I also think that this multi-part amendment effectively strikes a balance between addressing the immediate need for tax relief while also supporting investments that speak to a number of things. I look at things like the industrial growth and support for BIAs, supporting our local and regional economy. I also look at things that in this multi-part are going to support a better quality of life for Edmontonians and deliver on those core services, those things that you really want to see done well when you step outside your door, like turf maintenance and tree protection. I think the motion reflects our continued support for economic development and delivery of those core services that Edmontonians rely on and expect. It also recognizes the affordability challenges that Edmontonians are navigating right now while planning for a more affordable and fiscally sustainable future. I'm particularly impressed and excited about the opportunities presented through the use of PAYGO repayment, which I know this will come in a subsequent, but to begin making some progress and contributions towards our renewal deficit. So again, just want to thank the mayor and his team for all the work that went into this and the conversations that we've had so far. I will end it there and be supporting each component of this multi-part. Thank you.
Any more? This is the time to speak and for this multi-part motions. So I didn't see my colleagues on the screen. And before Mayor Sohi close, I'm going to speak a few points and from my own perspective on this.
And I'll take the chair.
Thank you. Thank you for chair to be taken. I want to echo the same appreciation to Mayor Sohi's office and also city administration, and specifically the effort to put on to address the short-term our city's budget pressures, and also to address some concerns we heard and from Edmontonians. But there is one thing in this multi-part amendments really concerns me. Is a basic guiding principle for the finance, for the healthy finance. Why I'm saying this? The OP2 and OP4. Yes, and then we get money. We decrease our FSR, a financial strategy, a stabilization reserve repayment plan. That one is concerning for me. And right now, we are under the minimum balance so much. With the deficit, with projected deficit $19.4 million, and our FSR, the balance only $58 million. But the minimum requirements is 133. So that's considering, I think that's the risk, how, like for our financial health, is already brought up by my colleagues back to the last year and this year as well. By pushing this further, and then I do not think it's a solution for us to reduce tax. And because the tax is not reduced, maybe reduced at this 2025, 26, but it keep increase for the future years. That is for OP2. And for the OP4, our pay as you go, that is our city's very unique financial tool to support our capital projects, not under the risk of short of the money, and also support our city's cash flow in the health condition. So by taking from pay-as-you-go to reduce the tax, I totally support the intention. I support we need to reduce our tax. Yes, that is we heard loudly and clearly and from Edmontonians. But I do not think this is a proper way to do it. I do believe the proper way is more to look at our city's expenditures budget and then find the way and how we can manage our expenditures instead of to use our cash tool and use our FSR repayment to delay repayment and to delay the tax increase to the next budget cycle. So I do not think this is proper way to reduce the tax, even though I strongly support reduce the tax. So I will not support those portion, but for other good portion, and there are many good things here, and to invest our city's core services, that is everyone want to see. And to focus on our city's core services and increase investments and improvement the service level, I think those good portions inside here, I am in favor of that. So thank you so much, and to Mayor Sohi and your office staff by working on this multi-part motions. So as a chair, I finished. I don't know, I saw the Councillor Knox's name come up. Okay. I saw that, okay, sure.
Yeah, sorry. It was because of some of the comments. It sparked a thought for me because I realized I actually probably should speak to this because I hear the caution, and in fact, I think back to my second term on council, and we had a member of council who I think every budget made a motion to take money away, or attempted to make a motion to take money away from the FSR to help reduce taxes, which I think council either it was ruled out of order or council unanimously shut it down because it was a really poor action to take, in part because that motion never included a plan to pay it back. It was simply being made to try to find a short-term gain without any type of actually acknowledgement of the long-term impacts. And so the reason I wanted to jump in, and I hear the caution no matter where folks vote, but this is very different, and that is an important distinction, is that this motion does not just look for short-term gain, because I don't like those motions. I haven't supported any of them since I've been on council. But there is a clear repayment plan that ensures we get to where we need to. Probably takes longer than I'd like to see, and this is the tension, right? Because if we're taking longer, there's opens us up for some risk. But we've also heard that huge pressure from folks saying, can you find something, are you willing to try and absorb some level of risk to accept this? So for me, I think this is a relatively prudent, it's not the most prudent thing we could do in the world, but it's a relatively prudent decision with a clear payment plan that will not only repay everything that is on the board in FSR, will not only repay pay-as-you-go, but will actually create a new program which we have been identified with is critical to addressing the infrastructure gap in the city. So if it wasn't for that, and I know it's sort of weird to spend time debating a subsequent that has not yet been moved, because if that doesn't pass, then we actually have to come back and revisit this. So the only reason I'm talking about it now is that with a clear indication that I can't support this motion if the subsequent doesn't pass, because if the subsequent doesn't pass, then we are actually setting the next council up for massive issues. But I don't think anyone has that assumption of just trying to pass this and then not do that other work. So with that in mind, this is different than what I've experienced in my second term, where folks were just trying to look to find cuts without any type of repayment. We have a repayment plan, a repayment strategy, and actually probably a really important repayment strategy that we've needed for some time. So that's why I can treat this motion and this series of motions differently than the motions that had been attempted during my second term on council. So thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the community members and stakeholders, business leaders, and others who engaged with me over the last number of weeks and months. And I also want to thank my council colleagues for their ongoing collaboration. You know, I deeply believe in collaboration, and I try to do as much humanly possible in that area. And I also need to take a moment to reflect on the opportunities as well. You know, I just want to share some stories of community members that I spoke to during the past few weeks that offer me a perspective. Last Friday night, I hosted a budget conversation that was attended by a mother and a 5-year-old daughter. Mother told us that every week she rides her bike to our local EPL branch to spend time there with her daughter, and brought up her fears that cuts to services would impact her quality of life and put those important services at risk. And earlier, I also spoke to a business owner from Kingsway BIA who needs our support to ensure that his local area is clean and safe for his customers and for his staff. Our decisions today are not just about numbers, they're about people. Every dollar in this budget represents an investment in our shared future. The proposal that I put forward is both thoughtful and strategic. It responds to today's affordability challenges while not losing the long-term view and our ability to deliver core services in the future. I also want to speak a little bit about the overall frustration that we all experience in this budget process, in every budget process, and it's no one's making. This is how the system is structured. You know, administration works really hard. I want to give them credit. We started with 13% tax levy increase at the start. They worked diligently, brought it down to 8.1%. And they absorbed close to $29 million of existing pressures in the existing budget. And they're committed to doing further $59 million of, adjustments moving into 2025 to deal with that $80 million pressure that was left by previous decisions. So I really commend their work. What I want to highlight is that we need to find a process that allows us to have ability to co-develop a budget, working with administration and city council. The current process that we have, that administration goes back from hearing from us and they develop a budget, then the budget is presented to us, then we have 3 to 4 weeks or 2 weeks, 3 weeks sometimes, to dig deeper and try to reshape it. That is not really a good process. We need to have a different process. And I have a number of subsequent motions. I'm working with Councillor Knack on one related to a budget as well, right? So that we need to think differently about how we can sustain our operations in the long run, at the same time continue to demonstrate efficiencies and value for money that people are expecting from us. So this proposal, in the meantime, will reduce property taxes by 2%. But at the same time, we'll continue to invest and protect the core services that we have invested in over the last 3 years. When we got elected, we found our public transit underfunded. We found our snow and ice program underfunded. We were not doing enough on public safety and well-being. We were not investing enough in housing. Our libraries were closed every Sunday. Now they're open. The pools were closed earlier during summer, all the outdoor pools. Now they're open longer. So all those investments we have made, this proposal protects those investments, but also lays a path forward for us to do more on the renewal that is so much lacking, in a way that we will be able to put together a plan, if my subsequent is approved, that will allow us to deal with the deficit in the renewal. We do really well on neighbor renewal. We really do well on maintaining our major bridges, which is commendable on part of the administration. But the other infrastructure is underfunded, and what I'm putting together as part of the subsequent will allow us to tackle that challenge as well. So please support this and look forward to the conversation on the subsequent.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
So can I just clarify what we're voting on?
Yes. Thank you. We start part 1.
Thank you.
Please vote for part 1.
Still waiting for some votes. Councillor Hamilton's absent. You don't have the vote, Councillor Jans? We'll have to let E-Scribe know
yes.
there's a problem. Thanks so much. Councillor Hamilton confirming you're not in the meeting. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Please vote for part 2.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We're just sending it out now, and if you are having an issue and it's not popping up, if you can let us know, because E-Scribe is watching, so it's really helpful to know if there's a problem live. We're sending the vote out now.
So not coming.
We're working on it, Councillor Rice. The system is frozen, so just one moment.
Okay, so we're patient for this to wait for. Here it is, it's coming.
Yep.
Already there.
Yep.
Thank you. This is for part 2.
Yep. Just waiting on you. Okay, we have all the votes. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote for part 3.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote for part 4.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote for part 5.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote for part 6.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote for part 7.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote on Part 8.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote on Part 9.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Please vote on Part 10.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. That is carried. The last one, please vote on Part 11.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you, everyone, and we complete the Mayor Sohi's multi-part motions. So I'm going to return the chair back to you.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Really appreciate this. Maybe to Aileen, I know procedurally tell me if we can't, which probably I think we can't, but I just gonna ask this. Can we do with the subsequent, that particular subsequence related to multi-part motion now, so we get that out of the way? Or, because or we have to wait till go through the whole process?
So I don't think you have to wait till you go through the whole process. You can go through the rest of the amendments.
Yeah.
If you want to table this and go deal with related motions.
Or you want to wait, or you want to deal with it
That's your
related to
call.
subsequent? Or we can wait?
It's up to, it's totally
Let's
up
do
to
the
you.
process? Okay, let's go through the amendments.
This,
Okay, what is the next amendment?
So, so now, just according to your process, you're gonna vote on all your decreases, then your increases. All the decreases came from a single counselor, so randomization is moot. And then we've got 3 increases we can randomize, or you can deal with them in the order they were made.
Let's deal with decreases first, right?
Yep,
Let
absolutely.
we deal with that,
Yep.
then we will deal with whether we need to randomize or not, right? So probably no need to, okay.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
appreciate that.
what is the first,
So OP 12, or sorry, not OP, we're only on the O's this year. So O12 is a duplicate of OP3, so is out of order, so we'll strike that, and we now start on O13.
okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So I don't need to restate, right?
Well, it'll be good for the record if you can
Restate?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you would like me to restate and
Yeah,
then
it'll,
do
and
the
it'll
introduction?
come up on the screen as
And
well.
restate one by one or restate
No,
all the decrease?
just one, only one,
Just
the one,
only
next one. yeah.
Oh, okay. This one has restate wording here. So I move that the 2023-2026 operating budget be decreased by 7.7. I have to reread the number. For $7,722,000 starting in 2025, and decreased by 120,000 in 2026 on ongoing basis by release funds held with financial strategy from OP12 saving with funding be released to the tax levy.
Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
The introduction is we do have the OP12 available funding to reallocate. We could reallocate those funding to the different city services programs, or we could use this funding to reduce our tax levy. And then for me and to introduce this to reduce the tax levy, and based on what I heard from Edmontonians, really want to reduce the tax increase. So that is the reason why.
Thank you. I will, thank you so much. I will ask actually clarification from clerk and administration, because some of that OP12 funding has been allocated through the multi-part amendment. Is that funding still available? Can you your mic, please?
Sorry, that's what we're just talking about here. We have to figure out how much is available for release.
Yeah, because otherwise it will be motion will be out of order.
Do you want to move to the next one?
Yeah, let's park this, right? We'll, unless, how much time will it take for you to figure it out?
They're just figuring it out. Maybe there's lots of other ones we could move to.
Okay, let's move to the next one. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
I think we
Oh,
have
they
it.
got it. They
Yeah,
got
I
the
think
number, okay.
So Nancy, I'm just going to get you to nod if this is right. So it would be 2.898 and 2.071, or hold on.
0.7.
I got to figure out the difference between these two.
So the motion as presented will be out of order because the money is not available unless I were to give discretion as
She
a
would
chair.
need to restate the numbers.
Yeah, unless you want to reinstate the numbers.
Yes, that is what I want to say. I want to, even before I put the motion, I want to get the number first before I state. So what's the number right now?
So it'll be 2.8 million, sorry, go ahead.
So the first number would be a decrease of 2.898, or 2,898,000.
Yeah.
And then the second number would be an increase of 881,000.
Increase for 2026?
Yes.
So why is it increase?
Because it's not.
Let's add the numbers first, then you can ask
Okay.
for explanation.
So I can restate the 2023-26 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $2,898,000 in 2025, and increase the 200. Sorry, I didn't get that number. In 2026?
So why it's an increase is because it wasn't flatlined. Like if it goes down in the second year, then you actually have to do an increase to put the money back because we don't have enough there. So it was
Okay.
881,000 for that.
881,000 in 2026. On the ongoing basis, by release the fund hold with the financial strategy from OP12 saving with funding be released to the tax levy.
Now the motion is in order. Now to questions. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what I can and can't ask. So I'm going to look to my team over at Admin to say, I think conversation we had yesterday in camera was designed to sort of let us dig into some of the risks. But the overall amount that was available for additional pressures is something we can talk about. I'm just wondering, is there, trying to see what, how much I can ask.
If if this motion passes, you have very little left to mitigate the risks discussed.
Okay. What would that leave us with, just out of curiosity? Can you share that number? Because there was a number that of what would have potentially been added in 2025. We've used up a significant portion of that.
So effectively what you would be doing is releasing everything else that you've held for financial strategies that was related to the OP12 work that we've done.
Yep.
And there's a small amount left in financial strategies, I think about $2.9 million, that we had, that was available and unallocated because of some fixed price contracts we
So
put
we
in
would
place.
have left, what you're saying, so the remainder left would be 2.9?
Yes.
Okay. And while we can't go into each of the risks that we might have, I guess I want to ask, I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure out, can I ask the question, from what has been discussed, is 2.9 enough to adequately address what we think are likely to occur?
Not based on what I think I heard from you yesterday.
Okay. Okay, I think that's as much as I can ask without saying any more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Rice, questions? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to ask administration for the OP12, the funding we funded, and then that is actually is efficiency exercise our city has been doing since last budget, 2022. What usage so far OP12 for the saving we fund in OP12 we used for? Can you give me a list, some example, and including even today's, the first mayor's motion passed?
Are you asking where the 7.7 million originated from?
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking what we use for the from OP12 saving.
I'm sorry,
So you
Councillor,
used it in the amendments
Councillor
passed.
Rice, I'm been advised that we need to remain focused on the amendment.
Yes,
So please,
that
all
is my-
questions are related to amendment.
But that is my question. My question is my amendment is related to OP12. That is why I'm asking OP12 question.
Okay, so $7.7 million in financial strategies for reallocation as a result of the work that we did for OP12.
Yeah.
This council has just passed by way of amendment. I'll get Jody to read them because she's got them in front of her.
So the
Thank you.
$3.1 million per year for the city center optimization, $400,000 in 2025, and a total of 1.4 in 2026 for turf and horticulture, $861,000 for tree pruning, and $462,000 for IIA implementation and industrial growth hub.
Thank you. So I appreciate my my colleagues' question regarding and how we address the risks. And right now our city's deficit already projected deficit is $19.4 million. And then for us to not to look at the way OP12. So my understanding based on the conversation, and it's from operating budgets. It's efficiency exercise, right?
It's the exercise that council directed us to do in the 4-year budget.
So operating budgets specifically related to our tax supported.
The only thing available for reallocation was the stuff reallocated from tax-supported operations.
Yes. So if it's a tax supported operation, we find some saving. That is why I put in a motion. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So any other questions? Seeing none? Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Really appreciate, and I know we're going to go through a lot of discussions about how we can try to find even more savings. And I know it's sort of frustrating when we're having a conversation about things that we can't go into all of the details of every single risk that might be coming up. What I took away when we had that conversation yesterday is that I think I would like to see that money remain to help address what I think could be a reasonable risk, a fairly likely risk that I think would come through. Excuse me. So I think while recognizing every dollar is going to help, there's also that other side of the equation that if we go too far down any one particular path, that does create a likely risk of having to increase taxes either midway through the budget cycle or at a much larger rate at the next fall. So this is a debate of sort of, I guess, on the spectrum for me, and I was comfortable with the level of risk we took on with the multi-part motion of how much we might potentially deal with in the future. This feels like it's just a little step too far for what is, I don't think, enough of a decrease that I wouldn't be willing to absorb that risk. So I can't support it, but appreciate the mover bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This is really difficult speaking for me. I would like to say every year's budget debate and is really challenge time and a difficult time, and then for everyone sitting in the chamber here. Like even this year I want to share with you, and then I come from the city, and then which is the hottest food in the entire country. So every time, and if I going through some difficult time, so I always go to extremely hot food. So after first day, I went to the really hot Chinese food. So try to get myself calm down and also to address so many voices I heard and from our Edmontonians. Try to find the way and how work together with my colleagues and work together with the city administration to address, and then we heard loudly, clearly the concerns and from Edmontonians the tax rate for our city is too high. That is everyone heard. So yeah, I heard Mayor Sohi, you did lots of engagements, and myself I did lots as well. I believe many my colleagues did lots as well. So I started doing the budget conversation starting from summertime, and during summertime, and then I was visiting neighborhoods to listen to the people and also visit business groups, visit seniors groups, and different communities, and try to get a sense, because this budget is not only about our city, our council's decision, and it also is about our Edmontonians' budget. We are planning how we spend their money. Their voice needs to be seriously, responsibly considered and in our process. So I appreciate, and we took all the time and to do this process. As mentioned earlier, I'm the only councillor only bring the decrease amendment to this budget. So the principle, the guiding principle, and then for me to do this never changed since I become councillor. And the people's voice is number one. And also focus on our city's priorities is equally important. I heard over and over, and from public, from people I represent, say, this council, we need to look at every single line of the business from the city to look at how we budget them. But I know we do not have opportunity to do that right now. To fix the financial situation, the challenge you are facing, and historically high deficit, and in Edmonton history, I think that type of approach, look at 9 by 9, will be happen. And in the future, I believe, and also I hope. But from right now, the basic principle we use here is not to borrow money from future to reduce the tax in short term. We need to look at our city's long-term financial situation, and it's not borrow money for the future to just reduce the tax at a short time. Principle I heard over and over is about how we fund this saving, how we do responsible spending, and how we even, the words I heard is just cut. And that's his public's words, but I know it's not like cut that simple. We have to look at responsibly and look at systematically. But the principle is we need to look at how to reduce the expenditure budget. That is all reflect in every my amendment to reduce expenditure budget to reduce the tax. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, I want to give you the opportunity to correct a statement that you made, that you're the only councillor that had brought forward reductions to the budget. That is not the case. Other council members have proposed reductions. As a matter of fact, yesterday, Councillor Principe brought forward a reduction. Whether it fails or passes, that's a different thing. But I don't think it's fair to say to rest of council that you're the only one who have proposed reductions to the budget.
So yes, I can clarify that one. I just want to repeat the sentence. City clerk said is only one councillor on this amendment list for the decrease.
For operating.
For operating. That's his city clerk, yes.
Well, we just passed a motion that reduced taxes by 2%.
So just to start right now for the councillor, but not talking about the mayor.
We all work together. We all want.
We work together, yes.
Yeah. I just say it's not really fair to rest of council when you say that you're the only one, right? So I just want to correct that. So thank you so much. I will carry on to the.
So point of order.
Go ahead, please.
I'm not intended to say I'm only councillors bring the decrease. I'm only say my meaning is about I'm the councillor for this amendment for the operating the budget.
Well,
so I want to clarify this is two different things. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Okay, we'll carry on to the next one, please. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, we got to vote on this. Sorry. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Okay, carry on to the next one, please. Councillor Rice.
I move that 2023-26 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $2,998,000 starting in 2025 and increased by $306,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis by release funding holding with financial strategy with funding be released to the tax levy.
Can you make the introduction, please?
Introduction is the same as the first one. The reason is, yes, we have some money available with holding in the financial strategy. So I would like to reduce that expenditures in the financial strategy and to release it to the tax levy. The purpose for the reduce the tax.
Yes. This is what Stacy was talking about earlier on. That is a little bit left in the strategies. That's the portion.
That's correct. This is the amount that I responded to Councillor Knack's question about.
Yeah. Okay. So motion is in order. Motion is in order. So you made the introduction. Questions, colleagues? Questions? I see none. Councillor Rice to close.
I need to ask one quick
You
question.
have questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. One quick question, and if the motion, if this money go back to the tax levy, so what's the tax rate percentage could be?
The tax levy in this case would be 6.0% and 6.8% in 2026.
So if this one go back to tax levy?
That is if it goes back to the tax levy.
Okay, if it goes back to the tax levy, so we'll reduce 0.01%. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Councillor Rice to close.
Nothing to add.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right. Recall the vote, please.
Yeah, we'll just send the vote back out. We just have to clear it in the system and we'll resend it out.
Okay, please vote again. We can vote again now. Please go ahead.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. We will carry on. Councillor Rice, next one, please.
I move that the financial strategy 2023-2026 operating budget be decreased by 1,108,000 in 2025 and increased by 7,000 in 2026.
Can we just restate it? So Councillor Rice, there was just what you read out yesterday and the numbers were not aligning.
Okay, so-
Can I just clarify what it should be?
Sure, yeah.
So do you want, it's in the chat, or it's in the tracking sheet, do you
yeah.
want to read it yourself?
Yes. I will restate that and be decreased by $1,189,000 in 2025 and change including by 7,000 to decrease in 2026 as an ongoing basis for community safety and well-being with funding released to the tax levy.
Is that in order because we used some of the community safety well-being for BIA resources, right?
I
Yes,
have to change
you're
it.
correct. It would have to go to 339, and then the increase of 7 would still,
So we need to correct the numbers?
yeah, so the 1,189,000 would become 339,000. Increase.
We've updated that on the screen, Marissa.
Okay. Councillor Rice, please make the introduction. Sorry, actually, we'll just wait here because we are at 11:59 because you wouldn't have full 2 minutes to make the introduction.
Okay,
So what
sure.
we will do, we'll come back
Yeah.
after lunch and we will resume at 1:30. Okay, thank you, everyone. Until then, we are on the recess. to order. And I will do a roll call. Counselor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Principe. Counselor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Paquette is away. Counselor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Counselor Principe is here now. Counselor Rutherford.
Hello.
Counselor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Cartmel. Here you are.
This is the second.
Counselor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Counselor Jans.
Good afternoon.
So everyone is here, and we had an amendment on the floor, but Eddie has some updates for us that for which we need to go in camera. So if Councillor Knack, you want to move that we go in camera?
Yes.
This isn't going to be lengthy conversation. This is going to be a very quick update.
That's the only reason I'm moving to go into private, because it's not going to be a lengthy conversation. Sections 24, 25, so I'll move it.
Second.
And you can ask.
Second. Okay, second. Question. Oh, Councillor Principe?
I do have questions about the amendment that I'm making and that need to be asked in private as well. So can I do that at that time?
So can we do both?
That would be even more helpful.
Okay, good. We'll be able to do both then.
Okay,
So
thanks.
2 items on the agenda in camera. All right, so please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks,
Yes.
Councillor Principe. Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can you please make sure on
We're in public.
Okay, we are back in public, and we were on Councillor Rice's amendment, which is on the floor. And it was, the numbers were revised, and I'm going to go to Councillor Rice to introduce the amendment, then we'll get into discussion. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This amendment is similar as other amendments I made and I will make. The intention for that amendment is to explore all possible funding and could support our tax levy reduce. That is one purpose. And based on what I heard and from the people and through different forms of engagement.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues?
Just a quick correction on our end. So the second line where it says a decrease by 7,000, it's actually an increase. So we're going to update the tracker, but it's really important when it's
Yes, okay,
corrected
got
by
it.
chairs.
Okay. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Whoops, I guess to the mover, does that concern you with the change now? So you're looking to decrease for 2025, but that's going to result in an increase for 2026?
There's no increase, no actual increase in 2026. And based on the explanation and from finance, this is just accounting balance. Maybe
I guess I wasn't
comment,
party
yeah.
to that conversation, so maybe.
It's just a case of there's not as much money in 2026, so we have to do a slight increase. For $7,000, it's negligible and won't have any impact on the tax levy.
Oh, it's 7,000, not 7 million. Okay, now I'm getting used to the triple zeros being out of there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright, that is it? Councillor Rutherford?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow the line of sight on this one. It says on an ongoing basis for community safety and well-being. We have a separate fund and reserve for community safety and well-being. No? Is that what it's asking to be released
No,
from?
so the reserve is really, so if there's leftover money at the end of 2024, if not all of the money has been spent, then it would go immediately into the reserve. This is the ongoing money that we currently have in financial strategies dedicated to community safety and well-being.
Okay,
So
but it's still this,
reserve-
okay.
But it's not releasing any money that would be currently sitting in the reserve. The reserve would still be there and intact for any of the future programs. If there's still some surplus money, it would continue to flow into the reserve.
Yeah, but this is, we ended up calling it community safety and well-being, but this is funding that was a direct result of some of the public hearings that happened with the last council and the decisions they made around police funding, correct?
This was the money that was pulled from police as part of,
And so-
establishment of this program, yeah.
So releasing this means we would have less on an ongoing annual basis, to find other methods to be addressing community safety and well-being that we know is an important issue and topic for Edmontonians.
Releasing
Correct?
this money, there would be no ongoing funding left. There are some items that are multi-year, so in 2027, they would start to come back on the table, but for the remainder of this cycle, there would be no funding left.
Yeah, okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Tang, you're going to take the chair, right? Councillor Rice is the
So
mover.
taken.
Okay, got it. So just again, so this will, even though it's in, that money might be there and there's some surplus, but it will reduce the overall money in that CSWB program moving forward by this amount.
That's correct.
Got it, okay, thanks. I just need clarity on that, good. Take the chair back. Councillor Rice, questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
So it's my understanding, and this is the same funding source we used in the earlier motion passed, with holding in the financial strategy, right? And then, so this is just for the left, for the remaining of the available funding left.
Yes, that's right. We started out with about 1.2 million. With the mayor's motion, you funded $850,000 for capital city cleanup in BIAs, which leaves the 339.
Okay, so that means it's the same concern. And if we use it, does not impact reserve still keeps the same, but for ongoing, and then, yes, the ongoing is still same. It's the same impact.
There is
and
no.
Can you explain a little bit more about ongoing funding impact?
So there is no impact on the reserve at this time. What this does compared to what the mayor's did, the mayor funded an initiative out of community safety and well-being funds. With you releasing this to the tax levy, it means that that money will be gone from community safety and well-being forever. Like, it'll completely reduce the amount available for community safety initiatives by 339,000.
But we only have the limited funding and left by this, and then for the reallocated the funding to the different initiative, that funding is already gone.
Yes, there are some items, though, that are ongoing, and some are multi-year. So when the multi-year items, in the year in which they complete, a lot of them are 2026. In 2027, they would come back to be available for council decisions. But this 339 will never come back. It'll be gone completely.
But how about the earlier portion? That's gone to the different.
It's ongoing, so it's gone to a different initiative. It's a mix.
It's gone as well. It's my understanding, and then it will not
It's
stay.
not available for reallocation, but it is still being spent on community safety well-being initiatives.
Okay.
I think what she's trying to say is that if there was a point in time where we didn't need to do those things in that neighborhood, you could reallocate that to something else in the safety well-being space. Under your motion, you're not able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions on this. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be really brief. For me, I cannot support this. When we talk about listening to our constituents and how we are constantly wanting to hear that, one of the biggest things I hear from my constituents, and actually Edmontonians writ large, is the importance of community safety and how we need to be doing more in community safety. And so this is our one and only funding pool that we have for those initiatives that not only address unique and innovative and emerging issues around community safety, but actually help with the cost of policing. And so it's very short-sighted in my mind to release this money on an ongoing basis back to the tax levy. We have given, the police service, which is, I know this is where this originally, the reason I'm bringing this up is not because I want to belabor the police funding again, but the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund was established from many Edmontonians sharing their heart and their soul and their impacts in a public hearing that I didn't have the ability I wasn't a counselor at the time, but I know that that took a lot of emotional and mental energy on those Edmontonians, and I think that releasing this to the tax levy is doing a disservice to all of those that came and spoke, and all of those who hoped for not only a strong police force that can focus on police items, but for other alternative ways in which we can address and tackle community safety. And I hope my colleagues do not support this amendment either.
Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Yeah, I think it's important for me to make sure that we are understanding the distinction between what my motions have done under multi-part amendment. My motions under multi-part amendments as relates to community safety and well-being funding has not reduced the overall funding available for community safety and well-being. What it has done is that money that was within the existing budget was not allocated. My motions allocate those resources to initiatives that will advance community safety and well-being. So those really ties into the intent of that fund. And why I cannot support this one is because this actually reduces the overall amount available that we can allocate to improve safety in our communities, improve well-being in our communities. And in some cases, $339,000 can go a long way in a preventative investments that help us reduce reactive costs to dealing with community safety and well-being, which are very, very costly, right? So this is about making smart investments in community safety and well-being that end up reducing the reactive investments that we have to make in order to deal with some of the ramifications of lack of funding in prevention. So I just want to make sure there's a distinction in both in that. So with that, I will take the chair back and I'll go to Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you for my colleagues' comments on this amendment. So I would like to say this amendment does not discount the importance of community safety and the well-being. And then I strongly support our community safety and well-being, and through so many different initiatives, activities, I actually engaged with Edmontonians and with the community and people I represent. And for this money to release to the tax levy does not take the importance away, does not take a consideration away and from how important the community safety and well-being and to our Edmontonians, to our city. And this amendment specifically is just to use some money not used at this moment. And I recall that for our community safety and well-being funding, and we did support lots of organizations and communities to do some activities. And I even recalled, and we have to extend the grant application and to run the second time to give the money out to support some activities and initiatives. So this money to me, and is not about I take the money away as needed, and it is the money available right now for us to consider our budget change and to respond to our Edmontonians' voice about how we can find the possible way to reduce our tax increase. So that's his only intention there. And then I do appreciate, and then our council members, this council, we put lots of effort to address the community safety and well-being. And also I really appreciate city manager's office actually put lots of effort on this specific item as well. So I encourage my colleagues thinking long term. And then even though the city is ongoing, but I do not believe this ongoing will impact the capacity of the organization and our Edmontonians receive the support for the community safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Next, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
The next one is 016, I move that the Fleet and Facility Services branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget be decreased by 15 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the inflationary increases on parts, fuel, materials, tires, and contract work as outlined as the 19,745,000 on page 1 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529, with funding released to the tax levy.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you please, this is an order because this has not been any contradiction with any of the other amendments, so this is an order. So I'm going to go to Councillor Rice to introduce the item.
Thank you. This motion and actually is a starting point to look at the expenditure budget line by line in attachment 1 for the increased budget for the city. So what I can say is the increase by $19.7 million for these services distributed to the different branches. I still feel there's some questions and to be clarified and for this big amount increase, even though we have, I do appreciate the inflation and in the price and the impact city's operation. That is why I did not take $19 million away. I only take part of the increase, the expenditure increase away. So hopefully, and from the principle I'm using and constantly, and to look at city's operating budget and to look in possible way to save some money to reduce the tax levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions now, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. To the mover, can you explain the implications of this $15 million decrease?
So this is what we're based on the question I'm going to clarify. So what's the capacity right now? We are right now in terms of different branches, and then also what's the cost for the current, and based on inflation and what could be. So for me, and I did not say the operating impacts, and because this is inflational.
Okay, so you don't know the operational impacts of this?
Any deduction and will have impact.
Right,
but specifically for this impact, I'm going to get more information and data and from state administration, and also they can help to identify more impact. But I believe the number I based on what I did, and is based on inflation.
Okay,
rate.
so we don't have a clear line of sight to what those implications would be, so I'm going to go to administration because this is a fairly significant reduction that I would assume has pretty sweeping consequences.
So the 19.7 was the result of the structural budget variances based on costs that are already being incurred by fleet and facilities management for things like the inflation on parts, inflation on fuel. So we were already incurring those costs, and that's partially contributing to the deficit that we're currently seeing. We had to put some of this funding in place to ensure that we were meeting our legislative requirements, and this was done through reallocation within between departments as part of our financial reviews, and I can turn it over to either Mr. Robar or Mr. McEwen to elaborate if needed.
Sure, and maybe just to pick up on that, so this risks our ability to even meet our basic legislative requirements?
That's correct.
It would risk legislative requirements. It would also risk our service disruption. So when we look at service and putting service out on the street, it impacts every service line that we have, whether it's ETS, plows, community services, all the vehicles that we have in the city.
Okay, so this would mean a cut to core services?
It could, yes.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I guess I may be jumping ahead to December 10th, because I want to make sure I've fully costed out those numbers, because I think in the report for our operating update for as of Q3, we're projecting a year-end variance of material costs and fleet and facility services of 8.9 million and fuel costs of 5.7. So essentially, are those the reasons why this? Because I mean, yeah, those two together, you're pretty much at the amount we're talking about. So is that where our head's at about why this number is recommended? Because you've seen this, and this seems to be a continuous sort of.
Yes.
Okay. I guess the only other question sort of on our, because we did have our audit last Friday, and in that presentation there was a slide that showed unplanned maintenance is going up pretty substantially in the fleet and facilities area, I think over the last 5 years, and is that again because we sort of haven't generally been keeping up with that? Is that?
No, I wouldn't say that's a direct relation. I think the issue on the increase in maintenance costs is really due to the fleet age.
Yeah.
So fleet age but saying that, we've had to replace these parts more often, and those parts are more expensive than they traditionally are. You see parts increases anywhere from 10 to 15% traditionally per year,
Yeah.
but during the COVID years, it was somewhere around 33%.
Okay, and so I guess just if we don't keep up with what I'm hearing is that this has been a trending variance in the negative now for a couple of years. If we approve this motion, we're essentially, I don't want to, but to me, it essentially means we're almost guaranteeing ourselves starting $15 million behind on the deficit position for a budget, because this has been a continuous trend.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we started out with an $88 million problem that we were looking to resolve. We've managed to resolve some of that problem down to $59 million now. Part of that resolve is this $19 million in inflationary pressures. That takes some of the pressure off the budget in the future years. Okay. And we're working to kind of work that down. If you remove this problem still exists. Yeah. You're going to be pulling off of either the FSR, or we're going to be interrupting services to compensate for the challenge.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the amendment, it says ongoing basis. So I'm just trying to find out what the impact would be if it were just for this budget cycle, 2025, 2026.
You cannot reduce the tax levy unless you're willing to reduce it ongoing.
Of course, right. Right. Thanks for that reminder. So, and then I'm trying to get I just want to follow up on what Councillor Knack was saying. The 19 million is the variance that we have seen. Is that why we have this number?
Yeah, these are actual costs.
Actual costs.
Correct.
And at the end of the year, are we expecting some left over, correct? The 8.9 and 5.7?
Sorry, this year, at the end of 2024, our projections show an $11.6 million overspend in contract costs and an $8.9 million overspend in materials costs.
Overspend, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice, questions, right? Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Some questions from my colleagues. They're all very good questions. Definitely the intention is never to cut the core services. And the intention is about looking at how we spend our money. So I would like to ask a few clarifying questions, and that would help me to understand better. And I tried to find those information, and in attachment, I couldn't. So we talk about this is actually incurred cost, right? If this is incurred cost is overspending, and then the reason we category here say is inflationary, but is that his only reason, or do we have different reason?
So it is fuel price inflation, parts inflation, tire inflation, contract work inflation, and material inflation in volume. It is costing us more each year in those line items to deliver the services as currently defined.
Yes, I understand that. And then my question is, if there is no inflation, what is the cost for this line? What is expenditures for this specific line and across the different branches?
So this line is $19 million higher because of inflation. It would be $19 million lower if we didn't respond to the inflationary
But
impact.
what is the number? What is total number? And because we can base it on inflation rate and then total number, and then get actually what is overspending because of inflation.
So in fleet and facilities services, so I would say we incur the expense in fleet and facility services, but then it gets allocated out to every different branch. So, and then we report it up collectively. So that is why when you see contract costs are over budget in the year-end report by 11.6 million, fleet and facility services and city operations, it affects all the services within city operations.
My question is, what is original expenditures without consider the inflation? So I just need that number. And I cannot.
Are you looking, Councilor Rice, for like the base budget for all those items?
Yes,
before
for
the
these
19.7?
items, and you report it accordingly, but everything put together, what's the number for that?
So you want the budget for like fleet parts, tires,
yes.
FMS contracts, FMS materials before inflation?
You got it, yes.
Okay, that would take some time to pull that type of information.
So
And I would suggest if you're looking to make a linear relationship on inflation number to this number here, it's not the same as like normal inflation. So if you have a parts inflationary pressure is different than normal inflation you get during a year. So like parts can raise by 15% per year. In some instances, it raised 33% in a year. So it's not a linear relationship is what I'm saying.
Yes, some truth for that, but however, if we are consider the cost increase or overspending and based on inflation, I do need that information to make the decision. That is why I put this motion, because I could not find that number.
So I can tell you the number by business area, but we would need to we would just need to go start with the base budget and reduce the amounts. But that number is $9.9 million for transit, $4.5 million for fleet and facility maintenance, $1.9 million for PARs, $1.8 million for fire services, $530,000 for DATS, $334,000 for community and rec facility, $266, sorry, my eyes are failing me, $266,000 for community rec facilities, $118,000 for transit auxiliary, $116,000 for real estate, $91,000 for fleet services, $86,000 for community standards, $42,000 for CPSS, $16,000 for traffic operations, and $6,000 spread over a number of other internal customers.
So.
I'm sorry, time.
Oh, my time out. I will come back for my next one.
Okay. We have some guests here. We're gathering some information about them. Thank you for coming to see us. Lovely to see you. Or we can just invite the host to come to the podium. Yeah, please come to the podium and introduce the group that you're here with. Yeah, and tell us who you are, right? And which group are you with? And yeah.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Brenda Finley, and I am a teacher, a LINC instructor, language instruction for newcomers to Canada at the Newcomers Centre, which was formerly EMCN, the Edmonton Mennonite Centre for Newcomers. And I have 18 newcomer students who are very excited to be here today. They are from Syria, they are from Eritrea, they are from Ethiopia, they are from Ukraine, they are from Yemen, they are from Egypt, they are from Sudan and Somalia. Did I miss somebody? Morocco. And they are so thrilled to be able to walk into this council chamber and see the debate and see democracy at work. Thank you so much, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, because that was so kind of you to notice that we were trying quietly and you will welcome us with open arms, and it is a wonderful example of Canadian democracy, yeah? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I actually want to share something with you and the group that I am actually a former student of the LINC program. Yeah, right. It wasn't called LINC at that time, it was a different name. And it was run out of the Victoria Composite High School at that time. And so that's actually where I helped to learn to speak English. Because I couldn't speak the language at all when I moved to Canada. So LINC program, or the predecessor or successor? Predecessor of that. See, I'm still learning English. Of that program was where I enrolled. So, here I am sitting as your mayor one day, right? So one of you could be sitting in this chair one day. So thank you so much for joining us. Really nice to see you. Great. Yes, nice to meet you. And this is our council. I'm pretty sure, you're the first time you've been here, right, in the chamber. So there's 13 of us, and our city is divided into 13 different geographical areas, 12 geographical areas, and each of council colleagues represent one of those areas, and we all collectively make decisions on behalf of our entire city. And today we are actually talking about budget, the resources and the money that we need to run our city for the next year. So thank you so much for joining us. And with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Rice. You have a next round of, Councillor Principe, you're next. Second, then I'll come to second round. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So I do have a question after hearing those numbers. It is fairly similar to the actual amount for the inflationary increases. It's almost equal from the numbers that we just received.
Yes, that was the breakdown of the 19.7 million by branch.
That's the breakdown of the 19.7 million?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's why it's equal.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I was confused because I thought she was looking for the number, like what is the number of their expenditure on all of these items, and then comparing it to the inflationary. That's what I thought the numbers were going to be. But you don't have access to those numbers?
We have some.
We can do this math for you, but you would essentially take those numbers that I just read you. So Edmonton Transit Service expenditure budget, $458 million. You would take $9.9 million off of that, and that would be the remainder of your expenditure budget. And we don't, in front of you, we just have like the expenses by civic departments and then branch. We could get you that, but we'd have to compile it, but maybe if Craig can answer the question, we might be able to answer some of it on the fly.
Yeah, this hasn't been vetted, but this will be very close. So overall, if we include parts, tires, fuel, we're talking close to $140 million overall. that's the 2025 estimated actual, so that would be the total amount to be spent.
Okay, all right. And then the $19 million, that's not a reserve that's set aside, or is it a reserve that's set aside to address the inflationary? Like, is it separate from the actual budget for the different areas?
No.
No, it's in there.
Yeah, so I would say like, part of the budgetary process that we do and why the connection to annual financial reporting is important is you set a budget, every year we report the actuals against budget. As we start to see trends in actuals against budget, that helps inform where are there areas that we need to adjust our budget. We undertake exercises to try and see if we can resolve those particular pressures internally with efficiencies. But the reality is, as the cost of things escalates, we sometimes have to adjust budgets, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. I understand now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Perhaps maybe I'll ask this to City Manager. Stacy just listed lots of different departments and teams. Can you talk through the impact on the core services if this does go through?
I could start if you'd like. Essentially, these are the inflationary pressures that Fleet and Facilities provides to the various services. So specifically the teams that this would impact would be transit. So the overage, that $19 million, it's actually 19.7, so it's closer to $20 million. 10 of that is in transit. So if we were to live within our means, as we should be, we would have to find service impacts to transit of roughly $10 million. $5 million of that is fuel. So we would need to figure out a way to, how do we reduce the service to save $5 million of fuel and $5 million of parts for transit to live within the means of this, if this 19.7 were to be removed from the budget. So, and I'd also say that the administration has done the work to find this money internally, and that's why it is funded. So it is funded, the work has been done to find it and reallocate it internally in order to address the trending pressures that are in front of us here. And
then there's also fire, I think I heard?
Yeah, so
right?
half of it is in transit, $5 million is in the facility maintenance, which is what Councillor Mack was referring to earlier. And then fire services is total closer to $2.3 million in fire rescue services. And then snow and ice control is another 1.8.
Yeah.
So there'd be a host of frontline services that would have to adjust in order to live within their means.
And when you say adjust, like pull back?
Exactly, yeah.
So we will see a reduction.
Correct, yeah.
And so while this may be intended to kind of, let's say, force efficiency or force us to work within our means, which we have already, the impact felt on a day-to-day for Edmontonians will be in the form of further service reduction.
That's right.
Thank you.
Can you take the chair, Councillor?
Sure.
So I just want to follow up on that. So those are inflationary pressures, you need to respond to them. You need parts in order to provide services. Parts break down, you need parts.
Parts and fuel, absolutely necessary.
Like without fuels, you can't run buses, fire trucks. Without fuel, you can't run your plows, right? But so that's impact I understand, right? But if you say, okay, we're not going to cut these services, but the only funding source to deal with them will be the FSR, then one time, because then pressure goes on to the rainy days fund, right?
Yeah, if we spend to the service level and not to the budget that you give us, then every year we draw down the FSR, and every year you have to figure out how to replenish it back up to the minimum. And it's going to take longer for you to pay back the FSR, then longer to pay back that PAYGO that you have in your omnibus.
Yeah. Then it's have a ripple
yeah.
effect on the, but I also, like, these are not one-time pressures, like, these are structural pressures that you have identified, right? So it's not that.
Yeah, the reason why we've reallocated internally the funding for this, we've went through, stripped the organization, tried to deal with our inflationary pressures ourselves. We've done that, reallocated that money to the places where we know it's an ongoing issue that will not change.
So it'll be 15 million every year possible.
19.7.
19 of every year that.
So if we keep service
So
levels
I think the only option would be to cut services then.
yeah, you either leave the services the same and you'll be drawing 19.7
Yeah.
off of the FSR, an additional 19.7, or you cut services to meet the standard.
Okay, and those are very core service, like
Transit,
fire,
fire.
snow and ice. Okay, got it.
Nice.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I will take the chair back,
Back to you.
and I'm going to go to Councillor Rice for next round.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you, the good questions. And then I also want to thank you for coming to watch. And as you can see, English is my second language. I was a newcomer. I immigrated to Canada 2008. So that is, you can see how our city is wonderful. So I do have a few questions, and you can let me know. And the first question, you can let me know my mathematics is correct. So my previous question is asked without those inflation impact, what is original cost we have? So I heard there is no number provided. So right now, I take example. For example, it's $20 million for the different branches. And the average, because I keep heard this is ongoing issue. In the past 3 years, 5 years, 4 years, if the average inflation is 7%, I don't believe its average is 7%, but I take that. And then the 20 minus 7%, and it should be $14 million inflation impact increase for the budget. If it's 5%, it's 10 million. If it's 3% average, and is 6 million. So right now, this amount, if it's ongoing, but it's only appeal under 2025. So to me, and I still have a question, I do not to cut core services. I want to keep saying this over and over, but my intention here is to looking for how we spend the money. And for contract work, if we overspending, and do we have the reason identified? Do we have the report provided? And then how we can to address those, and then right now, instead, this become ongoing issue. That is the intention behind here. So maybe you can tell me this number is correct.
I can hand it over to Arjun Sharma, who's the branch manager for Fleet and Facility Services. He's itching to answer this.
Thanks, Councilor Rice. So the base budget for all line items cumulatively is about $115 million. Now, this inflation adjustment has not occurred over the last 3 years. So if you wanted to use quick back of napkin math, and you assume that we have seen, say, 5 to 7% inflation over the last 3 years, the numbers should line up pretty closely. That being said, the analysis that was done was more balanced in terms of using macro level numbers, but looking at line by line, such as fuel inflation would be different than inflation you would see on, for example, heavy duty truck parts, which would be in the very high double digits.
That is actually really helpful information. If that is the case, the cost, regular cost is $100 million, and then times inflation. I think this $90 million, and compared to this information, and is not high. And if that is the case, I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any objections to withdrawal? Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Councilor, sorry. It's okay,
Because I needed that information to make this decision.
Because motion is withdrawn. Thank you so much. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for visiting us. Lovely to see you. Okay. So that is unanimously withdrawn. No one has objected to it. All right. Now we are going to carry on to our next amendment. And Councillor Rice, can you please read that into the record? Your next one. Your next one.
I still have.
You're next. Yeah. I mean, you carry on. Sorry, not next. You carry on. Next one.
Thank you for that. And I know I do have more, and then I don't know I should say apologies or not, because I do believe I have the obligation to put the amendment on floor on behalf of the people I represent. So the next one, I really appreciate you find that data, because I tried to find the data for a long time, I couldn't. That's why I put that in motion. So next one, I move the Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating 2023 to 2026 expenditures budget be decreased by $871,000 in 2025, and on ongoing basis for the CRC facility maintenance as outlined in page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02529 with funding released to the tax levy.
Okay, can you please make the introduction?
This is another line and in the attachment 1 for the expenditure increase. However, with this increase, almost close to 1 million, and there is no tax change percentage identified. So I would like to clarify this information and also to see if it's possibility to release to the tax levy and to reduce tax increase.
So the reason why there was no tax implication identified is because it was a reallocation from within the organization, so it did not contribute to the 8.1%. It was very similar when we looked at areas where we felt we needed to fund because of urgent need with in the community rec facility maintenance. It was determined that we needed to put money here in order to meet risk and continue with operations. And so I don't know if Mr. Jevney's on the line to answer further
So
questions.
time is up as well, unless you want another round, or if anybody else have questions.
In the introduction, I did ask questions, but thank you for answering.
Administration responded. Okay. Anybody else? You have a question? Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Tang. I do have a question about what specifically the facility maintenance, is that for like rinks? Is there a roof? What kind of maintenance is it? Is it just?
Councilor Roger Jimmy here. I can help with that.
Thank you.
So we work closely with facility maintenance services. These are maintenance and repair items largely in rec centers that have previously been with the maintenance branch, and those expenses have been transferred over. That's where we found the revenue. It's things like filter media and swimming pools. We do shutdown, chemical controllers, on-demand maintenance that we may need, repairs based on heavy use. So it's primarily in the big rec centers.
Okay, and you said it was transferred from maintenance?
Yes, we work closely with facility maintenance around what costs were operating costs and which ones were maintenance costs. And that's why we found the money internally to cover the cost of some of the things that are now assigned to my branch.
Okay, so does maintenance have
These are costs that we've been incurring without the budget in order to pay for them. And so we've been running, again, another one of the structural budget variances, where we've been incurring the costs without the budget to pay for the services.
Okay, so you've been incurring the cost. And has that been contributing to the decrease in the FSR?
No, it's contributing to my annual operating variance.
Yes, so if it was one of the structural budget variances, so there was not enough budget to cover those costs, that would be a part of the overall deficit, which would impact FSR.
Okay, thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
So I'm wanting to check, and I'm potentially also needing the clerk, because so this is being treated, say, a little differently than the last motion, which I appreciate was withdrawn, but I thought in the introduction, or the first answer you gave, because these are all internal reallocations, I'm just trying to figure out, is this in order then? That's what I'm confused about. Because the answer you gave me a little pause, whereas before I thought it was fully in, and our clerk has also shown up, who might be able to help in this, but I'll let you start.
So I'll start and then I'll correct. So each time we undertake a budget adjustment, we look at where there's a pressure, we look at anything that we can do to make a reallocation internally. That's how we resolve some of our issues so that we don't bring an even larger number than the number that was before you today. If you choose not to accept those and you'd like to reduce them and give that money back to the tax levy, then I think you're free to do that as part of the budget process, but you should understand that that has service implications, because and I just feel the need to say this, if we cannot continue to operate at service levels that are different from our budget. So at some point in time, it is irresponsible for us as administration to continue to incur expenses for budgets we don't have. And so that's why we try to resolve these items internally.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, and I'm just confirming with our clerk, who's just confirmed, so these four, this one and the next three, anything related to attachment 1, are technically in order, correct?
Be more sorry, I didn't hear you. I was in the
I guess I was just trying to confirm that these are technically in order then, because the initial answer I had heard when the mover had been asking a question on it gave me pause that I wasn't sure if this is in order, but I believe it can be in order like the last one, but
I mean, we haven't had as much time with these because they just got placed yesterday, so unless we hear from finance that the money needs to be changed as we've been doing on the fly. It's up to council to decide, but I mean, the CFO is providing you some context.
Well, that's helpful. So I guess then the question is going to be the same for the next four for me then, which is that I think technically we can do this, but not unlike the last motion. If we choose to approve any one of these upcoming four, then we are essentially pre-approving a deficit position for each of those four areas, because these have been identified structural variances. Is that correct? Similar to the fleet item we just debated.
Yes, and I think what I'm saying is you cannot, since you cannot technically require a deficit budget, I'm going to not spend the money by, or not me personally, but we're going to not spend the money by reducing the service.
Yeah, you have to reduce the service. So I guess that was the only reason I was debating whether it was in order, because I believe that we are required to not budget for a deficit. But I understand that maybe because this specific, so your view, you would not be budgeting a deficit. If any one of these four were approved, you would not budget for a deficit. You would just go make a subsequent service level reduction in any one of those areas or other areas in the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how we're increasingly trying to manage these things.
Then thank you. That's helpful context, and I probably won't need to ask questions for any of the four then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, questions? You haven't had a round, right, on questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't asked the question.
Go ahead, please.
And I just mentioned what I observed on the attachment 1. So I am actually confused and say those 1, 2, 3, 4 items are the reallocation and from different funding, because from mathematics perspective, any reallocation internally should not be included in attachment 1. And because anything in attachment 1 will impact the tax and impact the budget. And so specifically, if you look at 2021, and then we don't have revenue for this. If this is reallocation, that means the revenue resource should be already identified. But this is only identified as expenditures. So I'm confused for that answer. This is number one. I think this could be.
Councillor Rice, I would humbly request, please focus on questions.
Yes, thank you. So I can ask. Yeah, that's my understanding.
We put everything on attachment 1, even internal reallocations for transparency, to make sure that all the public knows where we're taking money from and where we're putting money within the budget. And so you'll recall when we put the 8.1% forward, it is 7% previously approved by council, 1% to pay back the FSR, and 0.1% for the election. Everything else is managed internally.
So I appreciate that. If you look at these 4 lines adding together and then back to the comments to Councillor Knox's question, there are actually over almost 2 million. And then why is not the same as the 19 million and then with the tax change identified? This is not the small amount.
As we are working through...
Over 2 million is...
As we are working through balancing off the budget, there are times where we have increase in tax growth and franchise fees and all of different types of funding sources, and we go through and we make sure that we balance the budget based on need, and we only bring back the tax levy in a way based on those that we can't manage internally. And so we managed everything with the exception of the FSR repayment and the election.
I understand the principle, but the mathematics does not make sense. This is adds up over 2 million. And also, we're talking about, that's my question. Councillor, Mayor Sohi, back to you.
Yeah. Good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Jevney, these are actual costs that we need to maintain our rec centers, right?
That's correct.
To make the ice in the rinks, to heat the pools.
Yeah, there's some costs that are allocated to the facility maintenance branch and some to the operating branch. And this is the shortfall in the operating side on the actual costs that we're incurring that to date we haven't had budgeted for.
Okay, and if we fail to maintain those facilities, then what happens?
Well, we certainly have impacts on operations, on operating hours, on the long-term life cycle costs of the buildings, depending what the elements are, water quality issues, things of that nature.
So it could, besides cutting services as well, it could also create further expenses to fix them in the end when we do find extra money?
Yeah, I think that's fair. If we don't maintain things, then certainly the life cycle costs and the expected life expectancy of those assets would be less.
Okay, thank you. The implications of cutting this, I just can't understand. Or I understand the implications, I just can't understand why we're looking at cutting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, call the question, which means we directly go to the vote.
Yeah, so just to confirm, that's with unanimous consent.
Oh, call the question. Yes, yes. Call the question, okay. All right, accepted. And we go to, sorry,
we'll just put the vote up and
Vote
have
for-
people vote. Thank you.
okay, please vote. No.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is
Please recall the vote. I thought we were voting on the call to question.
Okay, we will recall the vote. Recall the vote.
We're just sending the vote out now. Just sending the vote.
Here we go. Vote again, please. Oh, sorry. No, I was voting.
See, it's confusing.
There you go.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Here we go. It is defeated. Next one, Councillor Rice.
Mayor Sohi, may I make suggestion to consider the time for the council? Because for next three, it's the same line on the attachment one. It's the same one, attachment one for the next 3 lines. So 3 is the same. So if you are allowed to save the time we could put together to have a debate and then vote on.
I don't know. I'll have to go to clerk because they were made separately, right? So we have to deal with
Yeah, so
separate.
council's process only permitted the mayor to make multi-part amendments, so I
I see.
appreciate the effort, but
Yeah, okay. We'll go through them as they were
Okay.
stated. Go ahead.
So
please.
it's not effort, it's just try to save the council's time. The next one. Is OP 18. That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget be decreased by $320,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the Orange Hub as outlined in page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporation Service Report FCS 02529 with funding released to the tax levy.
Okay, can you please introduce it?
Yes, this is a expenditure increase listed in attachment 1. The same intention for this amendment to try to fund the saving, give back to the tax levy and to reduce tax.
Okay. Any questions, colleagues? I see none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rice to close.
Nothing to add.
Okay, please vote.
we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, Councillor Rice, please go to the next one.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I move that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods Branch operating 2023-2006 expenditure budget be decreased by $500,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the parking enforcement contract costs as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02529 with funding released to the taxery.
Okay, can you please make the introduction?
This is a larger line and public can say is an expenditure increase, and the intention of this decrease is to reduce expenditures, release the funding back to the tax levy to reduce tax increase.
Now questions, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, can you explain the impact, like this will reduce the amount of parking enforcement, or what would happen here?
I can jump in and answer that. Essentially, this is a result of a structural budget impact that was created because of cost of living adjustment in our contracts, and because we do the parking enforcement via contract. And so we know that the $500,000 covers most of that structural budget issue. That was created because of that. But we have, I will add that we have a return on investment of $2 to $3 for every dollar spent. So this reduction would have a net impact in service delivery to the tune of perhaps about a net $1 million revenue shortfall for the city.
Okay, you answered my second question too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Councillor Rice to close.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi. And then this one is another one. I put amendment on behalf of the people I represent. So for the city's parking enforcement contract cost, I do receive the question about why the contract cost increase in terms of parking enforcement. I understand and every change and for the operating budget will have certain level of service impact. But for the outsource like contract and how we make sure we manage contract to make sure the cost and under the budget. So to me, this one is because the budget, the contract cost actually increased. We have to reallocate some budget and to fill that increase. And then I think this amendment intention could help us to relook at our contract managed process and to practice some efficiency. So I encourage my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Please vote.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Oh, no, recall the vote, please. Sorry.
We are all tired. It's okay.
Well, two in one day.
We've resent the vote.
Resend the vote. Okay, vote again, please.
We're just waiting on a few more votes.
Okay, please, it'll be helpful if everyone votes.
It would be so helpful. We have all of the votes.
Okay, now display the votes, please. All right, that is defeated. Councillor Rice, you have one more?
This is the last one and then related to the attachment one. So I move that the Parks and Roads branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget be decreased by $450,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the bird list sweeps before and during turf and horse season as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 financial and corporate services report for FCS 02529 with funding released to the tax levy.
Okay, please make the introduction.
To me, this costs already uncovered and in the different funding source and in terms of turf and in terms of how to manage our city's green spaces. As the expenditure increase on the attachment 1, intention is to reduce the expenditures to reduce the tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Rutherford?
No, just to speak.
Or just to speak? Any questions, colleagues? Seeing none to speak, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to first and foremost say how grateful I am for the transparency piece for administration. I think that the attachment 1 is a clear example of having us follow through your train of thought. And while we're here grappling with this for hours or weeks or days, I want to take the moment to acknowledge how much grappling with what little funding you have and where the biggest budget pressures are and where that money needs to go. And the intense conversations that happened leading up to this budget. And I want to apologize if any of these amendments are making you feel that this council does not trust you, because that is farthest from the truth. I think, at least for me, I can only speak for myself, the quality and content in this budget has been exceptional. It's been very clear, very transparent. We know there are still structural issues that we have to deal with going into 2025. We have a new city manager at the helm to help us navigate through that and continue with his expertise in operations to get us there. And we've got plans for how we build a better budget for the next 4-year budget cycle. That's going to come as a subsequent. But they are still, I just want to remind you that I know that you guys are experts in your area. I'm not an expert in operations. But you have showed and laid out so well what this is. And I think it speaks volumes to the fact that there weren't a lot of councillors that had decrease amendments to this budget, because we clearly understood the recklessness that could exist with some of these decreases, especially in the progress we've made in core services. So thank you so much. And I just really wanted to take a moment to pause and say those things, especially with regards to I know that typically you don't show your long work, though this attachment 1 is not something that in the past you would have just shuffled budgets between budgets and balanced the budget. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you for that, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice to speak, to close.
I echo my colleagues' comments. Yes, I really appreciate the transparency, information shared and with council and with public, even though some information may still not find in the report, but we cannot expect perfect. By put those amendments here does not mean administration's work is not trustworthy. Budget is our city's budget. Also the budget is the people actually, as the taxpayers, they have the same right to know how we plan their money to spend. I actually consider this is responsible, is take our responsibility. And even though we take some time to go through these changes, to go through those amendments, but the trust and to the administration work as expert, I'm not an expert for many lines of business. For our city has 77 lines of business. I'm not expert that. But for me to make that decision and to reflect and consider what I heard and take that account into the decision-making process, I think that's his responsible way to do it. So, yes, everyone have very clear understanding for the budget, and also may have different angle to understand the budget, to interpret the budget, also to interpret how we planning our city's finance from long-term perspective. So for this type of amendment put on the floor, I really want to say, I really want to send the message to the Edmontonians to demonstrate we take their voice seriously. We take their question seriously. So that is why, yes, I was surprised, and then there are not many amendments, and from my colleagues, I was surprised, and I have so many. I appreciate Mayor Sohi office collaboration, but for all those type of things, I really want to be on the record and to say to our Edmontonians, because this is part of our job to represent people. What does that mean? That means we take what we heard, take the questions very seriously. So I know for me it's very, very challenging. I did not feel welcoming to do this type of things, but I feel this is my responsibility to do. So I encourage my colleagues, I appreciate your understanding and encourage your vote and support this.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. This was the last one, right?
This is last one for attachment 1. I still have 2. There's 2 more.
2 more? Okay. Go ahead, please.
So there's 2 more. This one is OP 22. I move that the Edmonton Heritage Council 2023-2026 operating expenditures budget be decreased by $850,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis with funding released to the tax levy.
Can we put that on the screen,
Yeah,
please?
we are. We're just confirming. I think Councillor, you said you read out 022. I think it was 021. Just so.
Mike, please. Mike.
Okay, because you take that Arts Council out, so this become 021.
Here we are. Please make the introduction.
So this motion is about, this amendment is about the expenditure budget for our cities. This portion is called agency and boards and commissions. Our city, yes, our city really value ABC's work and for them to work together with our city civic department and to support Edmontonians and support communities. The question I received through many different type of engagement with community is how the value our taxpayer dollars, our taxpayers received through all those investments on the ABCs. And then Edmontonians would like to see what results and outcome as the ABC at the same level to practice OP12 efficiency exercise. So I had the opportunity, I really appreciate I had the opportunity to speak to those organizations. They really to explain why my intention to put those amendments. They understand and appreciate the transparency and open communication with them. And then they also understand any change will have service impact. And then that's come to the question and to all of us at the same time and for the same motion I put on. But what is our city's priority at this moment? And also what's the city's financial health for the long-term perspective? So that's this one, and based on the budget, because the budget, they jumped from 2022, I have number here, Not close to.
I'm so sorry,
Oh,
2 minutes
okay.
are up. Sorry, I'm so
No,
sorry.
no problem.
Yeah. Now questions. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask to the mover, and you did mention it in your opening remarks, if you had the opportunity to speak with them. And I just wanted to know if you wanted to, kind of expand on what they had said, specifically Edmonton Heritage Council, how did they respond, or?
So the response actually covers the 2 points here I would like to share. Thank you for that question. The first one about is their operating budget does increase and over $1 million, and compared to 2022 or 2021. So they increase that is amount. And also I talk about the efficiency, how we can look at that exercise. And they mentioned about some work and overlap with Arts Council, Edmonton Arts Council. If council willing to do further efficiency exercise, look at the value for the funding invested there, and could look at as a whole and cover both Arts Council and Heritage Council. But unfortunately, the Arts Council motion, nobody seconds, is out of order.
Thank you. That was the only question for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I know we don't have anyone here from Heritage, I imagine, to answer the questions, because we would have had that at this other time. Okay. So just looking at page 14 as I'm going through the other boards and commissions of the budget, net operating requirements currently about 1.7 million. Am I reading the right line for them? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I just wanted to. Is that correct? Sorry, I'm just looking, whoever wants to confirm that I'm reading the right line.
Sorry, we just have a lot of things open. So
Fair enough. You probably have a million tabs. That's okay. That's all right.
Councillor Knack, I can help. It's Roger Chevney. Their base budget is 1.7 million.
Yeah.
Council approved a sort of a phased-in, multi-year, one-time increase. In 2023, it was a service package around reconciliation and inclusion and some work in neighborhoods. So it is bumped for the next 2 years, and then it goes back to the 1.7 million.
Yeah, and I was looking at the net operate. So therefore, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that if right now the net operating requirement's 1.7, that's about, well, I think it's essentially half. Most of that comes, I mean, I guess there's no other way to ask it. Most of that is coming from staffing, right, of that organization at this point? Because the few things we did the funding for that come off at the end of this budget cycle are programs that are underway. Is that correct? I mean,
yeah, a big chunk of it would be programming for sure. They do about 50% of all of the funds that we provide flow back through to heritage organizations through grants. And then the balance is programs that the Heritage Council does directly with their staff.
Okay. And I imagine, I guess I just wanted to ask, like, I know the mayor had sort of put out a letter to all of the commissions and boards to sort of ask for them not to come back with more asks, and I appreciate that that was the case here. Has there been, Mr. Devney, any sense of, like, has there been any conversation with them about where they could continue to try to find savings? Because I mean, it's we're essentially looking to cut in half here, and I'm not. Just wanted to get an idea if you've had those conversations, how that would work, besides like the high level which you just shared, or.
Yeah, they certainly continue to look for efficiencies within their operations. They are trying to sustain their level of grant funding to organizations and working hard to try and bring in additional revenues, so they're not solely reliant or largely reliant on city revenues.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
I just deleted myself.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Sorry, Councillor Rice to close? Sorry, Councillor Knack to speak?
Yeah, thank you. again, like, I appreciate we're trying to find savings. I worry that these, to me, feel like fairly arbitrary numbers without sort of a clear plan of where that money's, what that money reduction is going to do. And so I think, when we're doing these types of things, we need to be really careful. Like, I think it's really incumbent on us as much as we can to try to pinpoint what exactly we want to reduce when we're reducing a budget, to be able to essentially take ownership of whatever that change is. It might be the right thing to do. Sometimes we've had tough conversations about reducing certain things, but we're the ones that ultimately own it. I worry that sometimes doing what feels like a more general motion is just sort of, in a way, letting us off the hook of a tough decision, which is to say we're going to cut these particular grant programs, we're going to cut these particular staffing positions, which is, I think, what we should be doing as council when we're having these tough conversations, versus just saying, hey, can you go find us this money? Because I want to find that money, and gosh, like, if there was a way, I would love to do it, but without knowing what that's going to be, it feels really, really, for me, and I don't mean to say this to anyone else, for me it would feel irresponsible if I were to approve something like this without understanding the impacts of my decision. So that's why I can't support this. I know we're all trying to find savings. I just don't think this is the right way to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Go ahead, please.
We're in the speaking part of this, aren't we?
Yes, we are speaking.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please, to close.
Thank you. Thank you. The question from my colleagues and also the comments. So why this amount decided to reduce? I just want to give the few facts here, and then to give them more information why and this amendment made. So in 2022, based on city's budget right now and their personal cost is 777 with 15, not 15 staff. Right now they have 15 staff, and they have external services there. External services is only $755,000, and from in past 2 years, personnel increased to, for the expenditure budget, $1.105 million, 2026 $1.165, and to external services increased to $1.267 for 2025, and then 1.4 to 2026. I did ask a question for what the service impact could be, and then but this question also related what outcome, the benefits Edmontonians received from the money invested here. So from the conversation I had with them, I do not want significant impact the existing services and for any ABCs they're doing to support our community, our Edmontonians. However, we have the priority here. Our city has a priority for our budget approach, and our city, our Edmontonians public request us to look into those type of investment to see if there anything, and we could reflect that priority principle and in the budget process. So that is why it's not significant cut for their personnel, is not significant cut for the services they're going to provide it. And it is about either anything, if we make slightly change and could improve the program and it could improve how we develop, how we deliver services and program, and then based on the grant and based on the funding received from city. So that is just for the starting point to look at the way to change that public perception, our city did not hold accountable and for the money we gave to the ABCs. And this message is just to send out, yes, we would like to look at. And I know Mayor Sohi will have some subsequent motion, but this is a message we want to send out to, yes, we look at. And also is positive from them. And they demonstrate they are part of this efficiency exercise. They are willing to support our city to address our budget pressure. So that is a conversation I had, and then I feel that way. So I encourage my colleagues looking at this from long-term perspective and to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
It is defeated. One more remaining?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Last one. I move that Edmonton Unlimited 2023-2026 operating expenditures budget be decreased by $1 million on an ongoing basis with funding released to the tax levy.
Okay. Can you please make the introduction?
Yes. Edmonton Unlimited, and it is actually one of our city's key economic development ecosystem organization, and try to put their effort to support our city's innovation and starting up, and for the business and for the economics. I actually really appreciate the work they are doing. However, the question I received is, for the every year, over $5 million invested on this organization, and what's the benefit our Edmontonians received that? So, based on request and from the people I represent, I want to say this one more time, and I put this amendment is not about to cut their services. And because Edmonton Unlimited, as everyone here and in the assembly knows, they just had the leadership change. And also they had the new location for the few years, but the new location, and based on the public comments, the new location is a challenge for people to go there because it's parking issues. And also for the programs, this organization provided. And my intention is a hope to find some saving and based on what they're doing and to reduce the tax increase.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
And so to the mover, you've spoken with Edmonton Limited, and what's your understanding of the impact of removing this?
So the most impact is about if they can provide the programs they can provide right now. And however, to look at the programs they provided, and most program is workshops, coffee meetings, and leverage their existing spaces. And then with many programs, services they provided, there is already some different organization already doing as well. And that services and program is not unique or only program available in our city. I understand sorry, that's your time.
No, go ahead.
Back to
No,
you.
go ahead. You can finish your thought.
Yeah, I understand their concern for any budget reduction will be impact services. But the key point is that this impact and could bring the city and with lack of the services or program, and then from the information I look at, and if you search support business, our city has our own even business team supported.
Okay, great, thank you. And to administration, when it comes to municipal innovation in this particular sector, are we funding lots of different bodies, agencies?
Councillor Tang, this is our key funding agency to support innovation and development of entrepreneurs and startup and scale-ups within the city.
And should this move forward, how does this impact our economic action plan?
Any amount of funding would obviously have to make adjustments in terms of the pace. It's my understanding from Edmonton Unlimited that this would significantly impact their ability to deliver on their programs and the ability to leverage other dollars from other levels of government that are also tied to their programming.
And I don't suppose you've had a ton of time to convene with them, to get the full understanding?
Brief conversation,
Just
but not
briefly.
enough to have a robust analysis.
And I guess just moving forward, is economic growth one of our priorities?
It is a key priority to see continued growth on the investment in non-residential in the city of Edmonton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, can I just ask a question about the email that was circulated from the clerk? That's public record now, so, okay. Yeah, I just wanted, so to that last question about the impact, so we have an email now that would suggest if this was removed, there would be a corresponding decline of between $1 and $3 of program funding. For every dollar that we remove, there'd be a corresponding $1 to $3 of program funding removed from provincial and federal governments that are funding that kind of work. So is that's our understanding. So we're essentially, if you're removing $1 million, you're losing anywhere from an additional up to $1 million to $3 million from grants that go to support some of this work.
Councillor Knack, I understand that that's the information from Edmonton Unlimited. I don't have the email that you're referring to, but that's my understanding from my conversation with them.
Ballpark, my recollection is that like the city of Calgary invests like tens of millions, if not, I think close to 100 million. Like they've put a lot more into this space than I think we have over the years. Is that generally accurate?
Generally, I know as an example, we had an EDGE fund, which was $5 million. Calgary has a $100 million innovation fund. So there are some nuances and differences to what's happening in the two cities.
I'm out of time because it's 3:30, so I'll stop myself now.
Oh, you still have time.
Okay. Does that conclude all the questions?
Oh, no, I haven't asked questions.
You have questions? Okay,
Yes.
then we will take a break. We will be back at 3:45. All right. I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knapp.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is away. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, there
I'm
you are.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cardmell.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we are on the, questions, right? Councillor Rice, you have questions on your amendment, right? Go ahead,
Yes.
please. Yeah.
Question to city administration. Thank you, Kim. So the first, you mentioned about, and for every $1 our city invested, they will get like $12. Like, how much they will get?
Councillor Rice, I think it's content that came in the Edmonton Unlimited to submission here that there was for every dollar, $1 to $3 leveraged from other orders of government.
So, okay, so if the our investment is reduced, then is that, so I try to figure out the mandatory, between the mandatory or must happen or could happen, the investments and from different order government will be reduced.
Councillor Rice, I think what we're hearing from the agency is that this would have a significant impact and impact their programming of $1 million. And so I think to be able to best articulate the additional risks and analysis, there would need to be more time to do that.
Okay. So more time to do some like analysis for the work. So the next question, and based on the program services they currently provided, and is there any overlap with our city's business friend team and Edmonton friendly business support team?
No, there is not. Edmonton Unlimited is focused on innovation and entrepreneurship, and our business-friendly team is around support, care, and retention.
So when was the last time we had a shareholder meeting with them? We are shareholder for this one, right?
I am not certain of that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks, Michelle.
So we're a shareholder for this organization. When was the last meeting we had? And then from the outcomes or they achieved? And
I'm sorry, that not this question. We need to focus our questions on the amendment.
That's just why I try to get, and then do we have that data to demonstrate and the investment, the outcome of investment?
But we cannot ask questions in the council about shareholders meetings, because shareholder meeting is different meeting, council meeting is different meeting.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah. And I'm not asking shareholder meeting specific detail. I'm asking the outcome. Do we have any information or data and to demonstrate the outcome and from our investment?
I'm going to go to clerk.
Yeah, so just a friendly reminder, the shareholder meetings are not managed technically as part of council's calendar. So when the materials come to you as the shareholders, they're not actually provided in through the same system. So maybe your colleagues have that information. I'm not sure who was at the last shareholder meeting.
Yeah. And administration probably wouldn't be there. I think they're not useless, so yeah.
Okay, so administration will not have that information. So that's
Because
what
that's
I
information
heard.
to shareholders.
Councillors, I can give you a little bit of information. So the last shareholder meeting would have been at the AGM in the spring. And in terms of the outcomes that they're reporting on, according to their funding agreement, they're meeting all their requirements under that funding agreement. So we've got no reason to believe that they're not meeting the agreed upon outcomes of the shareholder and the funding agreement in place.
Okay. thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't actually spoken on any of the amendments being put forward. I felt that we had pretty robust 2 days of Q&A with administration and with the relevant agencies, boards, and commissions. And we were on pretty steady pace with the amendments, but I want to take a moment right now to talk about a bit of a reflection on the budget process. In this term, since election 2021, we've had 1 4-year budget process. We've had 6 budget adjustments. And while things were a little rocky, I think at the beginning, I think we continue to refine our practices. And I know there's a lot of conversations about some ways to improve this process, even in the subsequents. But I think we're constantly adjusting and improving. I think the conversations in the chamber when it comes to budget. And over this last while, I think I've seen some good practices for proposing budget adjustments, which typically are fairly onerous, lots of reading, and in fact, this process starts months and months before, and in fact, year-round, this is all we ever talk about.
Point of order.
Yes.
We are speaking on the motion on the floor.
Yeah,
we are
absolutely.
speaking, but I didn't heard anything on the
I will get
related
to that.
to the.
So I think my understanding, I'll go to clerk, I think it's good clarification, because when people are speaking on items, there's a latitude that is granted, right? And that latitude has been applied in the past as well. Maybe this is.
Council also approved an adjustment to its process to allow council to discuss anything that's really been presented to you as part of today's, the budget meeting that started earlier this week.
Got it, okay. So I'm going to, Councillor Tank, please carry on.
Now, just request for 30 seconds back.
Reset the time.
Thank you. So a few things I've noticed about good practices: transparency, openness to collaboration and feedback, talking to people, talking to colleagues, council colleagues, talking to administration, talking to agencies, boards, and commissions well in advance. Look through the analysis of the impact of any kind of proposal. And I would say that the series of amendments made from 2013 to 22 is in stark contrast to Mayor's multi-part amendments made earlier, because it has included none of those good practices. And in my conversation with some of the agencies being affected by this particular amendment, people were blindsided, as were this room from administration and council. And so, I think about some of the amendments made here. In this case, this particular one would jeopardize the city's goals. It would also put some of our ABCs in precarious situations. Some of the other amendments would put the city itself in precarious financial position, as well as deeply affecting the delivery of core services. And there's also a difference between intent and impact. I appreciate the intent to reduce the tax levy. I think, as we all have been working diligently, and to imply that no effort has been made, I don't appreciate that. I think this current budget, administration has already put a series of reduction efforts. On top of that, council has worked collectively. There's a difference between intent and impact that is not fully thought out, not fully understood, and then to put that forward, including this one, to me, earlier the word reckless was used, I would say irresponsible, and I think that's also the last thing Edmontonians will want us to be as governors of the city. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak before I go to Councillor Rice? I see none. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and also thank you my colleagues' comments speaking on this. But it's a surprise to me, and they're speaking and nothing to do with the amendment on the floor, and is broader speaking and regarding the process. That type of speaking should be already done, and when we discuss to make a decision how we process the budget. To me, and this type of speaking, to me, and this is not reflect, we follow the process. If we follow process, our speaking should focus on the motion on the floor. I would like to say that very clearly. And in terms of transparency, yes, I believe this process is council's process, and with support and help from city administration. And I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all the efforts and the city clerk office, city manager office, and the financial team, all the team here to support this process. And in terms specific this amendment, I did have the conversation with organization, and they also appreciate the transparency and for the intent why this motion is putting on, and what is the problem I try to solve in here. And that is openly, efficiently, and also effectively communicate, and with each part could be impacted by this amendment. So I'm surprised to hear, and my colleague talk about this transparency, and actually without understanding all this transparency process is already in place. And in terms of responsible, yes, if we are not doing this, if we are not taking the people we actually put trust on us and elected us, and take their voice, their questions seriously, and bring their questions to the council, I will consider that is not responsible. But for what I'm doing today, everything I'm doing here is not for Jennifer Rice, is for the best interest of our city, and is for the goal we want to build this city, and everyone feels to be included, to be welcoming, and to be happy to live in this city, have better quality of life. That is why we take so much time here to debate and deliver this budget, and then try to not avoid, try voice bring the, or try stop the voice to be built, to be brought into the chamber. I consider that is not responsible. And that is not the role, and as a city councillor, we should be. In terms of intent and impact, yes, any intent will bring impacts, no exemption. It's about how we present the impact and how we address impact. I think for this specific motion I put here, I really want to build the one key point here is about the accountability. That accountability piece, and in our city, and to be mentioned by many, many Edmontonians, for any $1 and from our taxpayers, we gave away, we invested, we put the grant into the grant. We need accountability piece to build in. I'm not intend to cut their service. I heard clearly, and from city administration, they actually provided really valuable work. But then how about we look at the money, the $5 million we invested, and what did Edmontonians get? I think everyone may have different answers, but that is not my goal. My goal here is to look like that accountability piece to really find the saving to reduce our tax increase. One more time again, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. I would like to welcome some guests who are visiting us today. They are Abbotsfield Youth Project Group, grade 5 to 6. And they are here with their teachers, K. Press and S. Bottomley. Thank you so much for joining us. Your ward counselor is Counselor Salvador, Ward Committee. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you just walking around the city hall, right? Or are you doing some things at city hall? What have you been doing? Huh? You just got here. Oh, wow. You got into just city hall now, right? And are you going to stick around for a bit? Okay. You're going to take a tour. Oh yes, somebody's showing you around, right? And okay, cool. Yeah. Well, if you're around till 5, I'll take you to my office and show you where Mayor works. Or no, I'm gonna work here too, right? But right? And so thank you so much for joining us. We are in the middle of budget discussion. What we're talking about is how much resources, money we need for next year to run the program and services that you rely on and the city funds. So thank you so much for visiting. We will go next to, please. Woo-hoo. Okay, that deals with the one part of amendments. Now we have the 3 more remaining, right?
Correct.
And can you tell me who were the council members?
Yeah, so Councillor, if we're okay not to randomize, or we can do alphabetical or whatever, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Principe, Councillor Knack, and they're all increases.
Okay, so who wants to, I'll start on my side, go this way, okay?
That's exactly how it's
Okay,
perfect.
well, you already got the consensus. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. I am delighted to have a moment to introduce this amendment. This is seeking to address that the Explore Edmonton operating expenditure budget be increased by $4.7 million in 2025 on a one-time basis for the service package change in base budget with funding from the Commercial Revitalization Reserve to be held in abeyance until Explore Edmonton provides an updated work plan to council that includes an approach to support local tourism and the nighttime economy.
Now you can make an introduction.
Thank
Make
you.
the introduction, please.
Thank you. I have the privilege of representing 6 BIAs and hundreds and thousands of individual businesses within those areas. What I hear most often from businesses about the things that they need to support them for economic development is about customers. They need more customers. And that is absolutely something that Explore Edmonton helps to do by bringing visitors to our city to support our local businesses. This is really important work, and again, as I say, hearing from local businesses, this is a key input that helps to support them to thrive. I have also heard from these businesses that there's an opportunity for Explore Edmonton to do more, even more to support them in a more direct way, primarily with support in promoting the local, in fostering the nighttime economy and supporting local tourism as well, marketing Edmonton to Edmontonians. This is not a motion or an amendment without its flaws. I'll note for my colleagues that this isn't the full amount that Explore Edmonton was requesting. I limited myself to the funds held within the Commercial Revitalization Reserve. Again, from what I'm hearing from businesses, activating this money to support more customers is a priority rather than some of the physical upgrades that this reserve was previously used to support, or sort of where it got its origins from. And if any colleagues wanted to supplement from other funding sources, I think that's a fine conversation to have on the table. It's also not ideal in the sense that it is one time. This doesn't provide the desired certainty for Explore Edmonton. It's certainly a product, I think, of our current financial pressures, but I think has the benefit of aligning well with the Mayor's subsequent motion around looking at our broader economic development ecosystem. I'll end there.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. So you answered, the mover answered one of my questions about the one-time versus ongoing. The pressure's ongoing, we have a one-time solution. So this brings the conversation back next year. But to administration. So one of the things I think we heard, that I recall hearing from Explore, was that part of their operating burden is building maintenance and renewal of the two venues, Convention Center and Expo. And we own those buildings, right? We should probably confirm that, but that's my understanding.
That is correct.
So, and I don't know how big these funds might be, but it's also my understanding that we have what I'm going to call envelopes of funding that speak to building maintenance and renewal across all of the buildings that the city owns. And I'm wondering if, first of all, if that's true, and secondly, what the value might be of that envelope. I'm calling it an envelope, but do you think Mr. Walbom knows what I mean?
I do, but I don't know if I have the global number for you. We do, like on the larger capital side, we do own those and we do invest, and we have recently in those.
Well, we've certainly done some major investment,
Right.
roughly $100 million for the HVAC system, but I'm thinking more of the, and I'm guessing at the number, but that is that, you know, the buildings are worth collectively somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million each, I'm going to say, which means they've got an operating burden of somewhere around $2 million each per year. So all of that to say, is there a way that we could take some of that building maintenance and renewal burden off of Explore and bring it in-house, so to speak? It would mean some I'm not suggesting an increase to that envelope, but a reprioritization within that envelope that would take some of the pressure off and the burden off of Explore, which means this delta might go from 6 million down to something else, and maybe it becomes an easier solution or an easier problem to solve next time. And while you're looking for those numbers, Mr. Walbom, I have a question for Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. You know, I think that's a great line of questioning, and I understand as well that part of the expenses that Explore Edmonton faces each year are actually payments made to the city of Edmonton. I don't recall off the very top of my head what some examples of those are. Insurance or
light bulbs or furnace filters, like you name it, right? There's, and I don't think we get that deep into the weeds necessarily with that, but patching the roof, fixing the door, you know.
But I think even just some operating expenses, I know they've presented them to us before. So I think, you know, that's a useful thought in terms of where we can look to, you know, make them whole with that difference in the requested funding. But yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
So maybe that's a knock on, maybe that's a subsequent, that we look at that and we bring back some numbers. You know,
I think if I understand correctly, the replacing their maintenance, bring that in-house, we would have to, they would wind down the city would wind down the amount of funding going to them. We would ramp up the amount of maintenance. We'd have to hire people to do the work and just do that analysis to see if it made sense.
Kinda, sorta. You know, right now round numbers, they're asking us for 17 million. We have 11 in the base. Councillor Stevens's motion will give them another 4.7 this year. I think it's 4.7. Which means that they're still 1.3 short this year and then 6 million short next year. Sorry, 1.3 short in 2025, 6 million short in 26 and beyond, pending any changes in their operating needs. So if we just leave that alone, but we take 2, 3, 4 million off of their plate while leaving their funding whole, it means that you have a $2, $3, $4 million problem to solve in reprioritizing within that budget, but no increases.
Yeah, we were both just talking, and a subsequent would be good, so we can take that away and
do some
bring
analysis
it back properly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's an excellent idea to explore. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure, am I allowed to suggest an amendment to this amendment? Just in regards to Explore Edmonton providing an updated work plan, is it possible to word it, and it might even be a friendly amendment, that until, something to the effect that until council approves an updated work plan, because the work plan could maybe not be to our liking.
If that's to the mover, I think that intent is great. I don't know that we as a funding body get to approve their work plan, if you know what I mean, but maybe.
Well, and was a question I also had, like, I'm not even sure if it would be in order, or even if this would come back to council, or would it be the city manager who would release the money? Who would be releasing the money?
So let's just assume this is an organization that reports to the city manager. It's not. But the motion would be to hold it in abeyance until a report comes back to city council. Once council's had that discussion, you're approving the money. The money is being held by the city manager until the report comes forward.
So council will still have the opportunity to release the money. They don't simply have to provide a work plan and then it gets released?
So great distinction to make. This is actually a budget adjustment. However, the city manager holds the money until an action has taken place. Once that action has taken place, the city manager is obligated under council's direction to release the funds.
Right.
I will not speak to the governance relationship between the shareholder of this organization and council. I'd leave that to legal services.
Yeah, and Councillor, I think I need to look at the funding agreement. So you have a different role as shareholder, but in terms of the funding agreement as a funder, I just need to kind of refer to that to see what rights you have in relation to approving a work plan.
Right, okay, great. So would council have to release the funds, or?
Yeah, if you don't want to approve the budget adjustment today, then I would say defeat the amendment. Because you're actually amending the budget, like you are actually giving authority to have this thing happen until another thing happens. Once the other thing happens, you've already made this decision. If you don't want that decision to happen, then I would suggest not supporting the amendment.
Right, okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, Councillor, Alyssa might have other comments, but the board approves their work plans, just to confirm. Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Question to administration. For the commercial revitalization reserve, and how much money in the reserve right now?
At the end of 2023, Council, there was $7.1 million in the reserve. Forecasting for 2024, $6.6 million. For 2025, $6 million, and for 2026, $5.9 million.
And I would just add, there's 1.9 million in commitments remaining to be paid from the reserve.
So where does the funding source come to support this reserve?
Each of the programs that are funded from the commercial revitalization reserve, they have a dedicated tax levy funding source that comes into the reserve, and then those are spent on grants going out for those purposes.
Okay, so tax levy related to for those anyone to use those reserve to provide the contribution to the reserve. So I just try to, it's a little bit. Can you provide a little bit more detail?
Yeah,
and who contributed to the reserve?
Yeah, I can tell you. So there's a tax levy for the storefront improvement program. The I forgot what DIP stands for. Development Incentive Program, and then the corner stores program. So each one of them has a dedicated tax levy amount that goes into the reserve.
Okay.
And then the grants for those individual programs that we distribute out to those organizations are funded from the reserve, from that tax levy that comes in. And so the balance remaining in the reserve is a difference between the tax levy that's come in and the grants that have gone out.
And when grants goes out, and then is not based on what's the contribution they put in, right? It's just based on needs and from different organizations. Is that right?
Yeah, it goes through the grant program, so those individual grant programs. I'm not too sure what the requirements of that program is, but it's based on the grant criteria. They meet the grant criteria, the funds go out.
So that means any organization who meets that criteria, they could get the grant.
I might defer some questions about the actual grant program to somebody else, but generally that's the way grant programs work. There's requirements, you have to meet them. If you're an organization, if you meet them, then we will provide the grants.
I think that's a good summary. I would just flag that the development incentive program was canceled last year. We do have a report coming in Q1 of next year to potentially look at reinstating that program that was going to contemplate the use of some funds in the reserve to do that.
So for this, because we have money already sitting in the reserve, when we use this money, will not impact any budget for this budget. Will not impact. There is no impact, no change for this current budget, right?
Correct. If you use the funds from the reserve, there would be no impact to the budget that's being presented to you today.
So if there is no impact for the current, the budget presented, if the reserve did not use, they just carry on to the next year. And even though we budgeted a different number, but if we did not use, and is accumulated to the next years.
Right. Any funds in the reserve that aren't used stay within the reserve and carry over to the next year.
So it's not going to anywhere. So it's not going to reallocate to the different place and reallocate.
It would only be used for the purposes of that reserve, whatever the reserve set up for.
Okay. Thank you. Also, I would like to echo the suggestion from Councillor Principe, and then I think that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Carmel.
Yeah, sorry. So to the mover, this is contingent upon updated work plan that includes an approach to support local tourism and nighttime economy. I'm a little concerned about the timing of that because, you know, that there is a potential that is found wanting and then funding is delayed, and now the funding pool that is already offered is not enough to actually operate the program, and then we get cross-threaded. So thoughts either on timing or on decoupling the two?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable contemplation. I think, and I also want to be clear as well that you'll note that the wording is an approach, because I think how this could be interpreted is that we're asking them to do more than their current mandate and we're scaling back their resources. But in talking to Explore Edmonton, I've heard some really neat ideas about how they can leverage, existing organizations, build some collaborations so that it's hopefully resource neutral. I do think the abeyance just provides a good opportunity to come back and kind of check in with council.
So the question might be form and timing, and and perhaps something that speaks to how that box can get checked. Like we have a shareholder meeting on Friday. We could solve it then.
Absolutely.
Theoretically.
I think so. Yeah.
So how would we tell admin that this is no longer in abeyance? Proceed.
Yeah, great question. So I did specify the wording in terms of that coming to council, but I would look to clerks. I don't know if that would need to generate a report. We'd have a discussion here, or if there's another mechanism.
Yeah, so anytime that there's something held in abeyance, you're communicating to the organization or the department that they need to come back, and that would be done through a council process, and it typically is a public process. So if you're looking to approve it, and that's something that you're going to raise through your shareholder conversations, I would suggest striking it entirely, because that's while you're the same people, you don't have the same authorities.
Right. Sorry, not for me to say. So I wonder about a friendly amendment to strike the last part. I can read your reluctance, I get that, but I'm just not sure how to close the loop in a really tight timeline.
Yeah, an alternative that I had thought about was making it time specific. So just held in abeyance until Q2, and then we have time to talk.
So the problem is that if it's Q2 and it's the end of Q2, it's now halfway through the year. They're 6 million short. They're in huge debt because they've been running as if it's 17 and they only get 11. So I'm going to move an amendment to strike the hold in abeyance part. And I'm sorry,
Second.
Councillor Stevenson, I appreciate your apprehension, but I think that's cleaner.
Okay, so you are amending to strike down, so the,
Everything after reserve, Mayor Sohi. So from to be held in abeyance until Explore Edmonton and all.
so it will end at the commercial revitalization reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, got it, okay. All right, so I need a seconder for that? Oh, Councillor Hamilton seconded? Oh, got it, okay, great, okay. All right. So can you introduce that, Councillor Cardwell?
Yeah.
I know you did when in your questions, but can you?
Yeah, I did. I'm worried about tethering because it's, as I understand it, the problem that Explore has is that it's the middle of December, and you know, all of the things they do are intercoupled. You know, there's 3 general lines of business, but they're underpinned by a common set of administrative activities: payroll, finance, custodial work, etc. And so it's really hard to decouple these things discreetly, you know, and into 3 pieces and not quite understand all of the 4th. It's a little bit complicated. That's my understanding of it. And so the problem that Explore has is that what do? Do they go forward today on 11.7 million, or do they go forward on 17.7? What do they presume? Because it's a presumption one way or the other. The conservative presumption is it's 11.7, which means, okay, we're laying off 250 people because we just can't afford the liability and the burden of committing to those people beyond a couple of weeks. The other thing is that if you're going to go from 17.7 million to 11 million, that doesn't happen overnight. Not when you have that many people, that many obligations, that many events coming over. I know a wee bit about this because I used to work there for Northlands, right? Like it's from soup to nuts. It is not binary. You don't just turn off the lights and walk away. There is a roll down, and the roll down has to start long enough ahead of time so that you hit, you know, that arbitrary 11.7 number, and that means you got to start way back here to actually hit that number. So if they don't have the funding kind of right away, they're going to start trying to hit the number, and they don't know what that means. So I appreciate that we would like to see them come back with some sort of a work plan, but if we make it contingent on funding that starts in 3 weeks, that's too tight a window, and I don't think that's fair. But I understand, I absolutely understand the desire and the intent of the motion, but the 2 things couple together in a way that is, that the organization I don't think can really respond to.
Maybe like if, just a process question, right? The Councillor, like I hear, I also have questions on and would like to have that information on nighttime economy and the approach to local tourism. Would Councillor Stevenson be able to make a subsequent related to that?
Yes,
Right?
yes. Asking for a report?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if, you know, if this, is that the approach you want to take, Councillor Stevenson, like, or release the money, but make a subsequent asking those questions that they'll come to the committee with a report?
And we're able to compel them to come report to us?
You can always invite them.
We can't compel them. I mean, not that they're difficult, but I do just think that, you know, again, this is a tool that we have. But I'll reflect on that. I
Yeah,
appreciate the
reflect on that.
suggestion.
Okay, got it. Okay, great. Councillor Wright?
This isn't anything that would impact the tax levy current budget. It would just, I'm just wondering, can we delay this request until after we have the shareholder meeting on Friday? Just to get their sort of take on it? And then that way, maybe some of us would feel more comfortable in not having to hold it in abeyance?
Yes, if
And I don't know who I'm asking this to, whether
This is a process
yeah,
related question, I don't
if you
know.
want to delay the budget discussion till next week, that is definitely an option.
we have to delay, okay, we would have to delay the budget
Yeah,
decision.
because you're going to approve your budget, so you're not going to be changing it next week.
But, I mean, this doesn't actually impact, like, at any time in the process, can't we request funding from a certain reserve to pay for something? Like, does it have to be only at the budget adjustments?
Then you would have to withdraw this amendment, right? Then bring forward us notice of motion with our customary notice at the council meeting that will release that, then that discussion will take place at council then, right? But it would not be part of the budget discussion.
No, so, and our next council meeting is next week, right?
Yeah, but you might, so notices, not to be a stickler, but you do notices of motion at the end of the meetings, and there needs to be 5 clear days before the next meeting starts, and you won't have 5 clear days. So yes, you could give notice today, and then we could deal with it in February at your next council meeting.
Yeah, but that doesn't help.
But that's too late.
That's
I
too
was
late.
hoping we could deal with it next week.
Yeah, no.
Notice of motion without customary notice?
Notice of motion without customary notice, but
Yeah,
that
if you
requires,
can wait notice.
9 people to approve it, right? If you don't have 9 people to approve it, then it's complicated. So I think there's issues around that, right?
And that's 9 out of the 11
It's a
that are
special
here now,
resolution, so
or-
it's 9 of 13.
Okay, not
And just
9
to
of 13.
clarify, Councillor Wright, making sure that in this kind of conversation, you're putting your council hat on and not your shareholder hat on.
That's another hat. I know. Okay. 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 Any other questions on the amendment to amendment? So, again, process question. If Councillor Cartmell's amendment to amendment passes, Councillor Stevenson still can make a subsequent, right?
Yes, totally separate processes.
Got it.
Yep.
Good, okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions on this? Okay, anyone to speak to amendment to the amendment? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think this has been a good conversation. I think given that this is a smaller portion of the overall amount of funding that they're receiving this year, and that I don't think this will take a lot of time, I think it's reasonable to keep in. Again, it's a tool that we have. So I don't think I'll be supporting the amendment, though really appreciate the intent and some of the other mechanisms we potentially have to advance it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate both the intention of the original mover and this amendment. My concern with the original motion was, in fact, that it's 1-year funding and then it's being held in abeyance until work is produced. And I think what Councillor Cartmell articulated was that there's it could be quite a long time, especially since if it has to come to a council meeting or a shareholder meeting, and those can take quite some time to organize. So if we're talking about multi-year funding or an organization we were less familiar with, I might be more inclined to support holding it in abeyance. But I think this will give the organization some surety, and I think that we have a different context coming up this Friday to discuss some of our some of the material requests in here. But I do think that we need to give the organization some semblance of security in terms of what to anticipate in the coming year. So I hope that council will consider sort of the well-being of one of our organizations and support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have chair.
You know, I really value the work that Explore Edmonton does, and they shared numbers with us about every dollar that we invest. It generates at a minimum of $12 of economic activity that helps our businesses, our hotels, our restaurants, and also generates a lot of revenue for the provincial government and federal government. I hope we get some revenue as well because of the impact on the assessed values of the property. So I really appreciate that work, and I'm also conflicted on this because I understand we need to give them predictability on the funding, but as we wear different hats when it comes to Explore. We wear the shareholder hat. When we go to shareholder meeting, we have a different fiduciary duties. Then I'm also a board member where I have different fiduciary duties. Then I'm a mayor. As council member, I have different fiduciary duties. So as mayor, I do sense frustration among the constituents that I represent, such as local businesses, BIAs, that do feel that they are not being not being properly cared for by the kind of care they need from our economic development agency. So I'm struggling, and I've been asking questions about nighttime economy. I've been asking questions about how do you promote Edmonton to Edmontonians to create local tourism, and I am not getting satisfactory answers, right? So I think that's kind of maybe the only tool we have, one of the tools we have is actually maybe hold money in abeyance until we get those answers, right? I think that's one kind of, that's one part of me says, yeah, maybe we need to exercise that tool to get maybe to nudge them more into that direction. But the other part of me tells me that, it's a very important organization that does need stability. And so I'm going to struggle with it. I'll hear if other council members have a perspective on this. I will support the amendment from Councillor Cartmel, but I also want to state that I'm doing that with the reluctance, because we need to focus on local tourism. We need to focus on telling Edmonton stories to Edmontonians, and we need to support our nighttime economy. And Explore has done some work on it, but not to the level that I think they have the potential to do so, right? And so, yeah. Okay. With that, I'm going to Councillor Knack. I'll take the chair back, sorry, and I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So well, I was just going to jump on as you were sort of talking. I think, I hear the hesitation, but and I think if the conversation could have happened in January, then I think I'd have a different feeling. But I'm going to support the amendment because I did hear that concern around sort of the timeliness, and so I'll just offer this as it would still be an imperfect solution by any stretch, but council does have the right at any point in time to make different decisions on funding. If for some reason over the next 3 months you feel like you don't get answers, or any member of council doesn't feel like they get the right answers or clear, we have the right as a council to make a motion to, well, frankly, take back our funding. We can do that with any department. That's not a great practice. I don't think we want to normally go down that path. But in terms of addressing what I think Councillor Cartmel properly articulated around the people who are impacted if this isn't addressed now are, frankly, a lot of the frontline folks, right? And so that's the group I think we need to be very careful about and thoughtful about, and that's why I think I will be supporting this amendment with a clear understanding that I think we should get answers to those questions. We should have thoughtful conversations. There's a shareholder meeting on Friday that shareholders can ask questions about. If councillors need more information upon that after that, let's make sure we ask for them, request for that, and if we're feeling we don't get it, then great. February and March, somebody come back, because you're not going to use up that money in a year. It's meant to be, or in 2 months. It's going to be spread over the course of time. So I'm comfortable with the amendment as is, with the amendment, with the understanding that if we really feel we don't get the answers we need, there's another mechanism, albeit imperfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I won't add too much more. I think my line of thinking is similar to Councillor Knack's, but considering you were just asking for a bit of perspective, I think for me, in addition to what's already been said, Explore did come and ask for $6 million ongoing. This is already a compromise. It's a one-time funding. We can have these conversations in 2025. We can hold them account there. it's not like the funding formula where they don't have to come back for 4 years. They will have to come back. But I think about, so we're already doing one time, we're already doing less than they asked. Do we also need to hold it in abeyance? I feel like at some point we need to allow our ABCs to do the work that we ask them to do. And they, to me, I think it was very clear that we want to do work on how we look at all of our economic ABCs, because there's a lot of them, and they do intersecting and overlapping and also divergent work all at once. And I think there needs to be a conversation around that, and there will be a subsequent, and I don't think that would blindside in any way Explore, because we've been very transparent about talking about that. So with that in mind, I think that it's a fair thing to remove the abeyance part of the original, to strike abeyance from this. And so I will be supporting Councillor Carmel's motion on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'm struggling for this one. Support our city's economic development organizations. That is always my intention. Why I'm struggle, and I want to go back, that accountability piece. So for the ABCs, I heard from public is always talk about if you give funding, if you request the funding, how you make sure the value you invested here and will be even measured or experienced by the public. So I do think Explore Edmonton in some way, and they are doing great job. But also at the same time, I heard some concerns, and then I know we discussed we could have some improvement for some comments or concerns we heard and from public. So I appreciate the original motion, at least that original motion, and provide some certainty for us. I do think the practice is, or if you didn't get the information, we take money back. I don't think that practice and is the normal practice, and also is a good practice for us to implement. And then why we need to start going to consider that path instead of we set up measures, we set up the targets, we set up everything at front before we give the funding to them. So I think that is the only concern. That is why I'm struggling here. I want to support them. I know, and then for 2 venues, I heard my colleagues talk about, can we take off some burden on them? But that type of analysis information is not available at this moment. And at the same time, we want to continue to see our city to be promoted, and from tourism economy and the night economy. Actually, both this economy I strongly support. But I am struggling on that piece, how we address that concern we heard from public in terms about accountability piece. So I just leave there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmore to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will say, first of all, I share Mayor Sohi's apprehension about, our economic development community. It seems, split, doesn't seem unified, doesn't seem to, well, I guess frankly we're wondering if it bears some fruit. And it's split amongst a few partners, right? And so I think there's absolutely room for a conversation there, and understanding where all of that money is going. So maybe that's contemplation for another day. I think that what we really need here is a conversation sometime in Q2 that talks about what we expect from Explore and what our level of funding is going to be going forward like permanently and annually. And we should have that meeting early enough in 2025 so that if they have to really chop, you know, on to start 2026, then they have that runway to do so. Like, I really don't think it's fair that the management group that is trying to run these venues and run this operation are 3 weeks out from the new year and don't know what their plan is. You know, and that's not their fault, and it's kind of not our fault. It's just the circumstances of how we do budgets. So let's change that in this instance. You know, it's because, you know, this is the only organization that is responsible for running venues and employing a lot of people and a lot of frontline people, as you know, as Councillor Knack indicated. So I think we have to square that out somehow. You know, there is in the original motion a notion that we want Explore to yet do a little bit more, which might be perfectly fair. But what is the value of that? What would they return on that? What should Edmonton's investment be? And remember that while not all of the other agencies do, Edmonton Global, Edmonton Unlimited, you know, even our own administrative group, does not come back necessarily with a lot of metrics and outcomes. Explore Edmonton very clearly indicated that we get a 12-to-1 return on the dollars we invest from that organization. We don't see that on our bottom line, but our community sees that in the activation that they provide. So, you know, absolutely there's conversations to have. Absolutely there's expectations to set. Absolutely there might be an evolution in how Explorer's work is done and how the greater economic environment work is done. But not necessarily with making the funding of one organization contingent upon all of those conversations and all of those potential changes and expectations. So let's have the convo, but let's let these people continue to operate what they operate for us until we do. You know, this is 1 year. I expect we'll still hear some frustration that this is only 1 year and we're still having this conversation, you know, a few years after the breakup of EEDC. You know, so let's kind of try to have it once and for all, set expectations, set the funding, and move on from this particular conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
We got all the votes? Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we're back to the original motion.
As amended.
As amended. Okay. And were there further questions on that? Was anyone on the list? No. Now to speak to that, anyone to speak? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cardwell?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay.
I have nothing to say.
Well, that's your name. Okay. All right. Now to close then. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation today. And I think, you know, even amended, you know, really happy to be bringing this motion forward. I hope what hasn't been lost in this conversation is the importance and value that the work of Explore has. I'm really grateful for all the individuals who work on that and really excited for our ongoing conversations about how we continue to evolve their work to support all Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. I'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make this easy and withdraw my amendment as long as it's
Okay, yeah, unanimously agreed.
okay with council. All
Thank
right.
you.
There
Thank
we
you
go.
so much.
Thank you.
And next one
And
is.
thank you to administration for all those.
And next
yeah.
one is, sorry, next one is Councillor Knack. That's going to take a long time for us to figure that out. Yeah, so Councillor Knack, please go ahead make the motion, then give a,
That the corporate expenditures 2023 through 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by 40,000 in 2025, and on an ongoing basis for workers' compensation board premiums for council members, with the $40,000 transferred from the mayor and councilor's office expenditure budget as follows, with 12/13 of the funding from the office of the councilor's common budget and 1/13 of the funding from the office of the mayor budgets.
can you explain that to us?
No. The clerks can if you have questions.
Clerk, can you please explain this to us?
Yeah, so council approved, when the Independent Council Compensation Committee was here but a few weeks ago, one of the recommendations was to ask the administration to apply on your behalf to have coverage from WCB. The policy change did pass. However, at the time, we weren't sure what it would cost. We now know, and we would like you to cover your premiums.
And it's coming out of our,
Yours will come out of your own
current
budget and the
budget, right.
common budget, not your ward budget, the common budget.
yeah, got it. Great. Okay, any questions, colleagues? Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So even though this is budget, but this will not impact our proposed budget. It's from existing budget, right?
It's coming out of the 2025 common budget that's already allocated. The reason that this is being done as an amendment is because we don't have authority to spend the money that's been allocated, and Council Services Committee, which is where those amendments are normally dealt with, does not apply to the mayor, so we just thought we could do this as a one and done.
So the budget is already allocated. So it's not additional.
It's a transfer from your budget to employee services.
So it's not additional request.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Councillor Knack to close. Yes. Done?
I'm done.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Jans, Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, that was me. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other amendments? Any remaining amendments? We are done with amendments, right?
Correct.
Great. Okay. I think we should stop here, right? And then we'll start tomorrow at 9:30.
And can I just confirm the anticipated end of this will be by 5 o'clock tomorrow, if not before?
Oh, yes. Just, we have, all we got remaining is,
Some policy, I've got 4 policy exemptions.
yeah, which are related to what we have already approved,
Yep.
so that would not generate a lot of debate.
Do you want to just clear the decks now? I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, let's see if we can, but just can we deal with those policy things now? Okay, yeah, let's do that. We have 10 minutes if we can, yeah. The policy changes that need to make on the things that we already approved. For example, the LRD reserve.
So non-subsequent.
No, not subsequent.
So point of order.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, we'll have to do at least some of the subsequents before we can finalize the
Yes.
budget motions,
Yeah,
yes?
for sure. So just so everybody's really clear, what we're talking about is administration had made a recommendation to approve, asking council to approve a policy exemption for C610. You just haven't approved it yet. We took it out of the main budget motion because we didn't want to assume we knew what was going to happen. And just based on a few other things that have been covered today, there's just 3 other exemptions. They're all in alignment with the budget adjustments that were just passed. It's in the chat, and I just need to also share it with my colleagues.
And they can all be moved together?
Yeah, yes, please, it's an omnibus.
Okay, Councillor Knack, sorry, Councillor Tang,
Yeah, point of order.
go ahead.
I do believe that for the policy decision, and then we will have some questions. I'd rather do tomorrow.
Well, we can table them. But we can start, right? Then we'll see where we go. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead. I mean, we can move the motion, then we can.
So I'll just read off all, like there's 4 of them, so I'll just do all 4?
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
I move that an exemption to city policy C610 fiscal policy for the planning and development business be approved on a one-time basis to use the Planning and Development Reserve to fund one-time expenses for a servicing study to increase the Development Services Branch operating expenditure budget on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 by 1.3 million in 2025 and decreasing by 0.1 million in 2026, offset by a transfer from the Planning and Development Reserve as outlined in Attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529 revised. 2, that an exemption to City Policy C629 Financial Stabilization Reserve Policy be approved on a one-time basis to allow a repayment strategy to achieve the minimum balance over a period of 5 years instead of 3 years. 3, that an exemption to City Policy C217E Reserve and equity accounts be approved to fund a one-time revenue reduction to the Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating revenue budget in 2026 to fund the Right Transit revenue shortfall. And 4, that exemptions to City Policy C216C Storefront Improvement Program, City Policy C553C, Development Incentive Program, and City Policy C616 Corner Store Program Policy be approved on a one-time basis to fund a one-time increase to the Explore Edmonton operating expenditure budget with funding from the Commercial Revitalization Reserve, and to add point 1, 2, and 3 relates to amendments report, Amendment 02 that was passed, and 05 that was passed respectively.
Great. Okay. Second by Councillor Knack. All right, we can start with questions. We have 5 minutes.
So just to be really clear, Mayor Sohi, in the document or in the motion, either on the, it says what, it indicates the policy exemption is tied to which amendment, so it should be crystal clear. If the amendment passed, this is now a step that's required. If this doesn't pass, then we need to go back and have a different plan.
Like these, all those amendments were contingent upon policy changes.
Correct.
And if these policy changes do not happen, then those amendments become, they get cancelled.
We have to go back and fix stuff,
Okay. Councillor Cartwell?
Yeah, I would like the first point split off, please.
Just for voting purposes?
Just for voting purposes.
Yeah, that's fine. Any other questions? Any other questions?
I will
Councillor
ask.
Rice?
I will ask tomorrow, and because I would like to see which amendment attached to each policy, and then to get it very clear.
It is very clear. So the number 1 says part of administration's report. Number 2 is related to, operating amendment number 2. The third one is related to operating amendment 5. I just need to open up my other document.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's all there. And then the last one is related to the amendment 23.
Okay. You can ask questions, Councillor.
I'll also ask tomorrow.
We have 5 minutes remaining till 6. Till 5 o'clock. Any questions on this? Please go ahead, ask questions. Have questions, you can ask questions.
I need to do my own math first. And I didn't expect the policy discussion will happen today. And the Mayor Sohi, this is unfair. And because when we have other meetings, we have time less.
We can ask questions, we have time.
No, I said it very clear. I need some information confirmation to do some homework to ask tomorrow.
Okay, any other colleagues have any questions? Okay, Councillor Rutherford?
No, I won't.
No? Okay, all right, we will, okay, we will start tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Oh, sorry. 5 a.m., sorry. We'll start tomorrow at 9:30.